Hello guys, so today I'm going to do something. I'm going to try to complete the foundational C sharp with Microsoft. So I want to try to complete this course, foundational C sharp programming with Microsoft. Um, of course, I have some experience with Python, JavaScript, and whatnot. And I must confess, maybe I've seen some C sharp in the past, but yeah, let's see uh, how long it will take me to complete the foundational C sharp programming course with Microsoft. And I'm going to be doing this everything. I'm going to be recording everything. So you see how it goes. Let's see. First, this is the website, freecodecamp.org. Learn/this. It's going to be in the description. So if you want to get the C sharp programming certification, then this is a good place for you to start. So when you get here, of course, the first thing you want to do is sign in. If you don't have an account, then you sign up. I'm going to be doing everything from scratch. Now, um, after this, I will do the data analysis. And after the data analysis, I'll do the machine learning. After the machine learning, I also like this college algebra with Python. So I'll also do this. But let's start with this C sharp course. Okay. So first, let's see. It says the course offers a comprehensive introduction to C sharp programming, covering its core concepts, syntax, and practical application in software development. Through hands-on exercise and projects, you will learn the fundamentals of C sharp, including variables, data types, control structures, and object-oriented programming principles. So by the end of this course, you'll have gained the practical skills and knowledge needed to confidently leverage C sharp for building applications. Okay, each section below has a trophy associated with it that you must earn on the Microsoft Learn platform. After earning each trophy, you need to verify them on FreeCodeCamp. Once you have done those, you can qualify for the certification exam. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Write your first C sharp using write your first code using C sharp. Begin your journey by learning to write your first code using C sharp. Develop a strong foundation as you explore the fundamentals and syntax of the language, setting the stage for your programming adventure. So this is the first thing, and we have, I believe, 7 courses under this section. So let's expand and see. So the first is writing your first C sharp, store this, and this. Okay. So I'm going to click on the first, and you see how it opens up. So write your first C sharp code. This challenge will be partially completed on the Microsoft Learn platform. Follow these instructions to complete the challenge. So we need to go to the Microsoft Learn platform, which is this, and complete all the tasks in write your first C sharp code module. So this is required to write your first code using C sharp. You need to earn this trophy on Microsoft Learn and qualify for the certification exam. When you are finished, come back and correctly answer the questions below. So let's see. Assignment, complete this. So once you're done, you need to check this, and then you need to answer these questions. So again, let's check this out. So I'm going to open in a new tab, as you can see, and then let's see. Okay, so this is it, and write your first C sharp. Get started by writing code examples to learn the basics of C sharp syntax. Okay, so learning objective. After you complete this module, you'll be able to write your first line of C sharp code. Use 2 different techniques to print a message to a text console. Diagnose errors when you type code incorrectly. Identify different C sharp syntax elements like operators, classes, and methods. So this module is part of these learning parts, this. Okay. All right, so let's start. So I'm going to click on start, as you can see. And again, you don't even need to sign in on the platforms from what I see. You just need to continue. So introduction, this is 3 minutes. Okay, so let's do this. The C# programming language allows you to build many types of applications like, so sorry guys, I have my coffee here. So I'll be taking my coffee. I'll be sipping from my coffee once in a while, okay? All right. The C# programming language allows you to build many types of applications like business applications to capture, analyze, and process data, dynamic web applications that can be accessed from a web browser, games, both 2D and 3D, financial and scientific applications, cloud-based applications, mobile applications. But how do you begin to write an application? Applications are all made up of many lines of code that work together to achieve a task. By far, the best way to learn how to code is to write code. It's encouraged that you write code along with the exercises in this module and the others in this learning path. Writing code yourself in each exercise and solving small coding challenges will accelerate your learning. You'll also begin learning small foundational concepts and build on them with continual practice and exploration. In this module, you will write your first line of C# code, use 2 different techniques to print a message as output, diagnose errors when code is incorrect, identify different C# syntax elements like operators, classes, and methods. By the end of this module, you'll be able to write C# code to print a message to the standard output of the console, like the Windows terminal. Okay, these lines of code will give you your first look at C# syntax and immediately provide invaluable insight. Okay, so next unit exercise, write your first code. So I'm going to click continue. So good enough, you don't need to install anything. You can write your code over here on your on this console provided for you, I believe, and run your code by clicking this run button. But let's see. So exercise, write your first code. So in this first hands-on exercise, you will use C# to print a hallowed programmer's phrase in the standard output of a console. Write your first line of code. There's a long-standing tradition among software developers to print the phrase hello world. Okay, so we're writing our hello world program first to the console output window. As you'll experience, you can learn a lot about programming in the C# programming language from this simple exercise. Okay, let's see. Enter code into the .NET editor. The .NET editor and output console provides a great in-browser experience that's perfect for this tutorial approach. The .NET editor is located on the right-hand side of this web page. The output console is below. So again, this is the output console below, I believe, and this is the .NET editor here. So enter the code exactly as it appears into the .NET editor on the right. Again, one thing you should do is when you are writing, when you're learning, if you decide to take this C#, right, don't just click copy and paste it here, okay? You need to try and write it. So the instruction says to enter this code, console.writeline and hello world in brackets, close with double quotes. So the instruction says you should write this into the .NET editor. You will see an explanation of how and why it works soon. But first, you should experience it running and ensure you entered it correctly. To do that, you run your code. So note, you might be tempted to select copy or run and skip all the keystrokes. However, there are benefits to typing code yourself. Exactly what I said. And I haven't taken this course before, guys. This is my first time taking this C# certification course from FreeCodeCamp and Microsoft. So this is my first time, but I already told you that don't be tempted to just copy and paste. I don't even know why this copy is here. I think it should not be here. Okay. But again, they put it there. Don't be tempted to do that. Always type it out. That's how you learn. So entering the code yourself reinforces memory and understanding that will help you gain insights that you wouldn't get otherwise. Okay, so let's enter the code. The code is, and please ensure you type exactly what you see. Okay, so console dot write line, and I'm going to open. So there is it opens, and once you try to open a bracket, then automatically it closes it for you. That's what happens here. The same with your quotes, and then I'm going to write hello world. Exactly what I see. Yep, and there is this exclamation mark, and there is the semicolon that closes it. So the end is a semicolon like this. So once I'm done, the next thing I need to do is click run, I believe. So again, you can see it says run your first code. Press the green button. The green run button performs two tasks. It compiles your code into an executable format that the computer can understand. It runs your compiled application, and when written correctly will output hello world. So let's do that. So I'm going to click run, as you can see, and you see the output right here. Okay, so you see the output hello world. So the code runs correctly. Again, don't be tempted to just copy. Don't be tempted to just click copy, because it will work. Always write out the code. So we've succeeded in doing the first task. Observe your results. Now, when you see in the output console, observe the result of your code. You should get the following, this, which is what we get here, and which is what I get here, not we. So you're watching this, but yes, I'm doing this live. So what to do if you get an error message? Writing C# code is an exercise in precision. You need to type what you see. If you type just one character incorrectly, you'll get an error message in the output area when you run the code. For example, if you were to incorrectly enter a lowercase c in the word console, like so. So if your console is lowercase c, notice my console is uppercase, which is what I saw, you'll get this error. So let's try. Let's see, and I'll run this. So you can see I get the error. So it says error CS0103 : the name console does not exist in the current context. Okay, which is what we get here. So the first part, 1,1, indicates the line and column where the error occurred. So this first part means this error occurred on line 1, column 1. Okay, line 1, column 1. But what does the error message mean? C# is case-sensitive language, meaning that the C# compiler considers the word console and console as different words, cat and dog. Sometimes, okay, as different as the words cat and dog. Sometimes the error message can be a bit misleading. You need to understand the true reason why the error exists, and that comes through learning about C# syntax. Similarly, if you use single quotes to surround the literal string hello world, like so, like this, you would get the following error. Okay, too many characters in character literal. Okay, so let's try. Let's correct this. Let's run it. So it's working. Now let's use single quotes instead of double quotes. Instead of double quotes. So I'm going to run this. Okay, so 1,19. Okay, you can see too many characters in character literal, which is what we're supposed to get here. Okay, so again in line 1, character 19. You can use the message as a clue as you investigate the problem. Okay, but what does the error message mean? What exactly is character literal? Later you learn more about literals of various data types, including character literal. For now, be careful when you're entering code. Fortunately, errors are never permanent. You merely spot the error, fix it, and rerun your code. Okay. So this is in line 1, character 19. So I think I made a mistake somewhere. I think I may have read something. Line and column. Where this occurred. Okay, line 1. Okay. I didn't make any mistake. So display a new message, right? In this task, you will comment out the previous line of code, then add new lines of code in your .NET editor, which is here. Modify the code you wrote so that it's prefixed by a code comment using 2 forward slashes. So again, let me correct this. So I'll put this and I'll put this back. Right, so let's run this and see it works, and we're told to comment this part. Okay, it should have 2 slashes, so I've done that like this. Okay, you can create a code comment. You can create a code comment by prefixing a line of code with 2 forward slashes like this. This prefix instructs the compiler to ignore all the instruction on that line. So once you put these double slashes before any code, you are simply telling the compiler to ignore everything in front of the code. So this code becomes a comment. So if I click run, no output, you will see no output here. That's what it means. So let me click run. So you see no output because it's now a comment. So you can create a code comment by prefixing a line of code with 2 forward slashes, which is what you see here. This prefix instructs the compiler to ignore all the instructions on that line. Code comments are helpful when you are not ready to delete the code yet. So you don't want to delete this code, so that's why I use code comments. You can also use code comments to add messages to yourself or others who may later read the code, reminding you of what the code is doing. Okay. Number 2, add new lines of code to match the following code snippets. Again, we want to do this. Remember, the first one was console.writeLine, hello world. Now we're told to add these lines of code. So I'm going to type now. So sorry. So I'm going to type now, and console.write, sorry guys. Sorry, I just want to mute this call. So I want to mute my phone so I don't get distracted. So I don't get distracted. So, yeah, so my phone is muted. Let me see. Take a sip and let's okay, let's continue. So yeah, I need to open this based on what we have here. Congratulations. So I'm going to write that. Congratulations. Okay, and we have this, and of course we always have this. Notice we are always having this semicolon at the end of every line, as you can see. So this will close the line. Now next, console.write again, and here we have this like so, and finally we have one more, console.write again. Here we have you, so I'm going to write what I see there. You wrote your first 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 lines of code and the full stop. Okay, so close once more. So press the green button again. This time you should have this. Okay, so let me press the green button. Good. So now I have exactly what the output says I should have. So you can see that. Let's go on. The difference between console.write and console.writeLine. Okay, so permit me. I'm just going to turn on my light right here. Okay. Yep. So I believe this is bright now. Okay, so I believe this is bright. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so everything works fine. The difference between console.write and console.writeLine. Let's look at the difference. The three main lines of code you added demonstrated the difference between console.writeLine and console.write methods. So that means this console.writeLine is a method, while this console.write is another method. And maybe we'll understand what methods are as we continue. To print an entire message to the output console, you use the first technique, console.writeLine. At the end of the line, it added a line feed similar to how to create a new line of text by pressing enter or return. You see? To print to the output console, but without adding a line feed at the end, you use the second technique, console.write. So the next call to console.write prints another message to the same line. Congratulations on writing your first line of code. Next unit, learn how it works. Okay, so we've been able to do the first unit, which is writing our first line of code. We use the console.writeLine to print this out, and now we know the difference between the two. So again, if you use console.write, it's not going to add a line feed. Let's try to say console.writeLine, you see, and let's see what will happen. So instead of just write, we're going to say console.writeLine, and lastly console.writeLine. So my best guess is you are going to see congratulations space, then you wrote your first line underneath the space. So let's see, that means everything will be written on different lines. So let's see, am I correct? Yes, as you can see. So there's congratulations, there's a space, and there's you wrote your first line. So that's the line feed this is referring to. Okay, so now let me take off this and leave it exactly, follow the instruction that was given. So I just wanted us to see what's the meaning of the difference between the write line and this console.write. Okay, so I believe we can continue. Let me sip one. Yeah, so let's continue. So learn how it works. 6 minutes, we'll do this. To understand how your code works, you need to step back and think about what a programming language is. Consider how your code communicates command to the computer. So what is a programming language? Programming languages like C# let you write instructions that you want the computer to carry out. Each programming language has its own syntax, but after learning your first programming language and attempting to learn another one, you quickly realize that they all share many similar concepts. Programming language's job is to allow a human to express their intent in a human readable and understandable way. The instructions you write in a programming language are called source code or just code. Software developers write code. At this point, a developer can update and change the code, but the computer can't understand the code. The code first must be compiled into a format that the computer can understand. Okay? So what is compilation? Okay, so again, let me just say what is here first and move on, because I'll try my best to also be explaining some of these things the way I understand it, so that if you decide to take the C# certification course, becomes a breeze for you. Okay, so a programming language is simply a language, permit me, that you and I can understand. Okay, because when you talk about programming languages, we have different kinds of programming languages, but C#, for instance, is classified into high-level programming languages. This means there are low-level programming languages. So high-level programming languages means the humans can read it, and then for the computers to understand it, it needs to be compiled or translated into low-level programming languages like zeros and ones. Okay, so again, the computer only understands zeros and ones, binary. Now, for the computer to understand what we are writing, that means the computer needs to compile it or translate it into a machine language. Okay, I believe you all understand that. So what is compilation? The special program called a compiler converts your source code into a different format that the computer's CPU, central processing unit, can execute. When you use the green run button, which is this button, in the previous unit, the code you wrote was first compiled, then executed. Why does code need to be compiled? I've told you. Although most programming languages seem cryptic at first, they can be more easily understood by humans than computers' preferred language. Okay? The CPU understands instructions that are expressed by turning thousands of millions of tiny switches either on or off. Compilers bridge these two worlds by translating your human readable instructions into a computer understandable set of instructions, which is what I explained. What is syntax? The rules for writing C# code is called syntax. The rules for writing is called syntax. For example, you can't use a small c, it would give you an error. So the rules for writing C# or any programming language is called the syntax. Okay, Just like human language have rules regarding punctuation and sentence structure, computer programming languages also have rules. Those rules define the keyword and operators of C# and how they are put together to form programs. When you wrote code into the .NET editor, you may have noticed subtle changes to the color of different words and symbols. Okay, so look at when you, for example, look, the congratulation is red, the console.write, the methods are in black, the comments is in green, as you can see. So again, that's what it's saying here. Syntax highlighting is a helpful feature that you will begin to use to easily spot mistakes in your code that don't conform to the syntax rules of C#. How did your code work? Let's focus on the following line of code you wrote. Console.writeLine, hello world. Okay, so this is the line of code we wrote. Permit me, take a sip. When you run your code, sorry about that noise. That's my IC market. Okay, MT5 trading in the background. Okay, so we're not doing forex trading or writing, so I'm just going to turn that off so that we don't get distracted. I'm just going to turn that off. Okay, I'm going to turn off trading view as well, and I think I'm good. Okay, so we don't get distracted, guys. Okay, remember the challenge is to complete the C# programming language in one sitting. C# programming language certification in one sitting. Okay, so that's the challenge, and I'm recording the entire session. So no cheating. Ouch, I almost spilled my coffee, guys. Okay, so no cheating. Let's see, can we achieve this? Okay, so yeah, we're here. When you ran your code, you saw that message hello world was printed to the output console. When the phrase is surrounded by double quote marks in your C# code, it's called a literal string. Okay, in other words, you literally wanted the characters HELLO and so on sent to the output. Literal string, you literally wanted the characters. So the console part is called class. Yeah, console is called a class. Classes own methods, or you could say that methods lives inside of a class. Okay. So I believe the dot write is a method, okay, inside this console class. That's what this is explaining. To visit the method, you must know which class it's in. For now, think of a class as a way to represent an object. In this case, all of the methods that operate on your output console are defined inside of the console class. There's also a dot or period that separates the class name console and the method name WriteLine. Exactly what I said. The period is the member access operator. In other words, the dot is how you navigate from the class to one of its methods. So that means console as a class can have other methods. Now, write is one method of console class. WriteLine is another method. This dot is what helps us to navigate, okay? So what helps us to navigate different class? The WriteLine part is called the method. You can always spot a method because it has a set of parentheses after it, these brackets. That's how you know it's a method. Each method has one job. The WriteLine method job is to write a line of data to the output console. The data that's printed is sent in between the opening and closing parentheses as an input parameter. Okay, some methods need input parameters while others don't. But if you want to invoke a method, you must always use the parentheses after the method's name. The parentheses are known as the method invocation operator. So this parenthesis, which you see here, if you want to invoke the method, if you want to use the method, you must use a parenthesis. And the parentheses are known as method invocation operator. You must not forget these terms. Finally, the semicolon is the end of statement operator, which is what you see here. A statement is a complete instruction in C#. This line is a complete instruction in C# because you see this semicolon means this statement has ended. Okay, the semicolon tells the compiler that you have finished entering the command. Don't worry if all these ideas and terms don't make sense. For now, all you need to remember is that if you want to print a message to output console, use console.writeLine, which you see there. Capitalize console, write, and line. Use the correct punctuation because it has a special role in C#. If you make a mistake, just spot it, fix it, and rerun. Tip: create a cheat sheet for yourself until you have memorized certain key commands. Okay, so probably I'll create a cheat sheet and I would start to write some of those things so that I can share my cheat sheet for this course with you all. And at the end of the day, you have something if you are new to programming. Okay. Understand the flow of execution. It's important to understand the flow of execution. In other words, your code instructions were executed in order, one line at a time, until there were no more instructions to execute. Some instructions will require the CPU to wait before it can continue. Other instructions can be used to change the flow of execution. Now, let's test what you have learned. Each module features a simple challenge, and if you get stuck, you will be supplied with a solution. In the next unit, you will get a chance to write some C# on your own. Check your knowledge. What is the difference between console.write and console.writeLine? Before I choose the answer, let me explain. Console.write means, okay, let's start with console.writeLine. Console.writeLine means that when the code outputs what you want, it's going to have what do you call it? The enter, like you're using the enter button on your keyboard. So it's going to have the feed, a line feed. Okay, so when you use console.write, you don't have any line feed. Okay, so that's the difference. That means console.write using multiple console.write will put all the outputs on the same line. But if you use a write line, then each output will go to the new line. So that console.writeLine is like you are adding the new line character to every output you get. So that's the major difference. So let's see the options. Console.write prints output on a new line. No. Console.writeLine prints the output on a new line. Yes. Console.writeLine appends a new line after the output. Nope. So this is the answer. Console.writeLine prints the output on a new line. Okay. Okay, no. I think this is the answer. Console.writeLine appends a new line after the output. A new line after the output. So let me check. And you see, I was correct. Okay. So again, you need to look at the answers properly. I was almost going to get it wrong, but I have to read the third option. So that is the answer. So it appends a new line after the output. Okay. So you earned experience point for completing the knowledge check, 200 XP. Continue without saving. Sign in to save progress. So I'm going to sign in so that I can save my progress in case I'm unable to complete the challenge. The challenge is to what is the challenge again? I think the challenge is to complete. Okay, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me attend to something quickly, and I will be back. Okay, so 1 second. Let me attend to something. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry for that. Yeah, sorry for that. So, I'm going to just sign in. Let me just. Do I need to create a Microsoft account? So I'll create an account and I'll sign in. I think I have an account, right? I have an account. Okay. Let me. It's okay. Yes, I have an account. So should I go back? Yeah. Next, send code. So I have to check my email for the code. Check my email for the code. So all right, so I found the code, so I'm just going to use the code. Yep, so let me sign in so I can save my progress. All right, so let's see. I believe we're done with this. Still loading. So where is everything? So this is the answer. Append a new line and check answer. Yep, that's correct. And let's click continue. Okay, so the next is unit 4 of 7. Complete the challenge. So code challenges throughout this module will reinforce what you've learned and help you gain some confidence before continuing on. Challenge: write code in the .NET editor to display 2 messages. Select all the code in the .NET editor and press delete. There is no code there, or backspace to delete it. Write code that produces the following output. So this is the first line, this is the second line. So remember, we need to use console.writeLine because now we want to write code that displays this thing. So this is the first line. This is the first line, like so. And you always want to close it, and then you want to use the same console dot write line and open brackets. This is the second line. Yep. Should stop. Yeah. Period. Yeah. I want to close this, and let me add period here as well. Yep, so that's the instruction. So in the previous unit, you learned how to display a message in one line of code, and you've learned how to display a message using multiple lines of code. Use both techniques for this challenge. It doesn't matter which technique you apply to which line, and it doesn't matter how many ways you split one of the message into multiple lines of code. That's your choice. No matter how you do it, your code should produce this specified output. So they're saying no matter how you do it, this output is what you must produce. Whether you get stuck and need to pick at the solution or finish successfully, continue to the next unit to view this challenge. So let's see. Let's run and compare. So this is what we get. Is it the same? Yes, it's the same, as you can see. So we're done with this challenge. Let's click continue to see. And of course, the following code is one possible solution. So this is the possible solution. You can do this. This is the first line. Then you can use console.write to output the other lines, and you get this. Okay. And of course, again, there is no you can do this in any way you want. Okay. However, you should have used both console.write line and console.write method. Oh, okay. In the instruction, you are actually supposed to use both methods to achieve it. Okay, so again, we didn't do this properly, so I'm just going to do this properly. I'm going to say console, so I'm just going to clear this. I'm going to clear this. So next, I'm going to say console dot write, and I'm going to say console dot write, and I'll do and I'll do this is the second I'll do this is the second line, right? Stop. So console should have C, capital C, and then let's run this. Yeah, coffee is almost spilling. So let's close this and let's run and see. Okay, so you see we've used console.write line and we've used console.write, and you can see that we get the same output as they got here. So that's the instruction. So learn to follow instructions, guys. Let me see. I don't know, but I may get another coffee. This is almost done. Okay, let's go. Click next to see what's next. Unit 6 of 7. Wow, we're almost at unit 7. Knowledge check your knowledge. So let's check our knowledge now, and I'm hoping that I'm going to get everything correct. I'm hoping. Let's see. What is the primary job of the compiler? I explained this. The compiler simply compiles or translates high-level programming language to machine language. Okay. So let's see. The first option, the compiler primarily locates spelling mistakes in your code. No. The compiler primarily executes your code. No. The compiler primarily converts your code into an executable format that the computer can understand. Boom, yes. Which of the following statements is true about C#? C# is case sensitive. True. Console is a method and WriteLine is a class. Wrong. Console is a class and WriteLine is a method. You use double quotation marks to create a literal string. C# is case insensitive. True. No, false. Actually, C# is actually case sensitive. So this is false, this is false, this is the only true statement, right? What is wrong with this line of code? Console.WriteLine. What is wrong with me? Question mark. Oh, I can easily see this. I mean, the thing wrong here is it's not, you don't have semicolon at the end. So let's see. The L in WriteLine should be lowercase. No, it's missing a semicolon at the end. This is the answer. The string should use single. No, this is the answer. So let's check. Fingers crossed. Boom. Congratulations, I got the 3. Okay, so 400 XP. I'm going to continue. Unit 7 of 7, summary. So what's the summary? Your goal was to write code that displayed simple messages to an output console while familiarizing yourself with the syntax. You wrote your first line of code using basic C# syntax. You learned 2 techniques for displaying literal string data to the console. You also learned what to look for when you come across an error in your code. And lastly, you identified C# syntax elements like classes and methods and the purpose of several special symbols that are known as operators. You have taken your first steps towards building more sophisticated applications. Module complete. Unlock achievement. Boom. So let's unlock achievement. You did it. Choose a path to continue learning. How are we doing? Let's give them grades. Oh, content is great. I like it's hands-on. I like the format. I like the experience. Should I type something? And please subscribe to the channel. Okay, yeah, please, this message is actually for you watching this right now. Subscribe. Okay, so I'm going to submit and let me continue. Where to go next? Build web apps. Write your first code using C# part 1. I don't know where to go next. Okay, let's close this. Okay, we're done. Unlock achievement. Okay. Oh, okay. I need to choose where to go next. Do I need to go back to FreeCodeCamp? Okay, so FreeCodeCamp says once you're done and you complete all tasks here, this is required to write your first code C# trophy on Microsoft Learn and qualify for certification. When you are finished, come back and correctly answer the questions below. So let's say, okay, complete. Yep, complete this on Microsoft Learn, then answer the questions below. What is the difference between console.write and console.WriteLine? And console.WriteLine prints the output on a new line, appends a new line. So this is the correct answer. And let's do check your answer. Co-aids man says, oh yeah, boom. Write your first line of code. Okay, sign in to save your progress. So let me sign in as well. And same email address, I believe. I don't know if that's necessary. Okay, can I remember my password? Let me try. So I have to enter my password and you all will see my password. Okay, I guess I'll just do continue with Google, and I'll just select this so that I don't have to enter my passwords. Okay, yes, I'm signed in now. All right, so again, I'll choose this. This is the correct answer. Check your answer. And yes, 14% complete. And submit and go to next challenge. Yes. Okay, so store and retrieve data using literal and variable values in C#. This challenge will be partially completed on the Microsoft Learn platform. Follow these instructions to complete the challenge. Go to this. So I need again to go to this. So this is the next challenge. Yep. Okay. So after you complete this challenge, when you are finished, come back and answer this question. So let's finish the challenge. Okay. Let's finish the challenge. Store and retrieve data using literal and variable values in C#. What are literals and what are variable values? I don't know. I know what data means. I know what store and retrieve means. But again, maybe as we continue, we'll learn what these terminologies are. So use data in your applications by creating literal values and variable values of different data types. Okay. Learning objectives. After you complete this module, you'll be able to create literal values for 5 basic data types, declare and initialize variables, retrieve and set values in variables, allow the compiler to determine the data type for your variable when initializing. So we have how many modules? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 modules. Wow. So you must understand, so prerequisite, you must understand C# syntax rules, you must understand how to use console.writeline. Yeah, and we've done that. So let's click on start. So we're here, let's start, okay? So many of the applications that you build in C# will require you to work with data. Sometimes the data will be hard-coded in your application. Hard-coded values are values that are constant and unchanged throughout the execution of the program. For example, you may need to print a message to the user when some operation succeeds. A success message would likely be the same every time the application is executed. These hard-coded values can also be called a constant or a literal value. Okay. Suppose you want to display a formatted message to the end user containing different types of data. The message would include hard-coded strings combined with information your app collects from the user. To display a formatted message, you'll need to create both hard-coded values and define variables that can store data of a certain type, whether numeric, alphanumeric, and so on. In this module, you would create literal values that contain different data types. You create variables that can hold certain data types. Set those variables with a value, then retrieve those values later in the code. And finally, you will learn how you can simplify your code by allowing the compiler to shoulder some of the work. By the end of this module, you will be able to create literal values and store and retrieve data in variables. Learning objectives. In this module, you will create literal values for 5 basic data types, declare and initialize variables, retrieve and set values in variables, allow the compiler to determine the data type for your variables when initializing. Prerequisite: must understand C#, must understand how to use console.writeline, beginner level expertise with a .NET editor, okay, which we already have. Next unit exercise, print literal values. Let's go. My coffee is almost done, guys. You see? I need a refill. I need a refill. Okay. Yeah. So let's continue. Exercise. Print literal values. This is 2 of 9. This will take us 10 minutes. In this exercise, you print messages containing other types of data and learn why data types are so important in C#. What is a literal value? A literal value is a constant value that never changes. Previously, you displayed a literal string to the output console. In other words, you literally wanted a string of an alphanumeric character like hello and so on displayed in the output console. This is the output console, guys. Use the string data type whenever you have alphanumeric words, phrases, or data for presentation, not calculation. What other kind of literal data can you print to the output? Exercise. Print different literal data types. There are many data types in C#, but as you're getting started, you need to know about 5 or 6 data types since they cover most scenarios. Let's display a literal instance of data type to the output. Note, you may notice as you begin to work in the code window that it colors certain syntax in different colors to indicate keywords, operators, data types, and more. Begin to take notice of these colors. It can help you spot syntax errors as you enter characters and can help you understand the code more effectively. Use character literals. If you only wanted a single alphanumeric character printed to the screen, you could create a char literal or char. Okay, char literal. Is it char or char? Char. Char. Character. It's called character, not character. But this is char. Character. okay, let's not stay here. By surrounding one alphanumeric character in single quotes, the term char is short for character in C#. This data type is officially named char, but frequently referred to as a character. Add the following line of code in your code editor. Again, never you copy this, you need to type it out, okay? So we want to add this line of code. Console dot, is it right? Yeah, right line. Right line. Type everything out, okay? Type everything. So we're using single quote this time, and then we're closing this, okay? Observe the code you entered. Notice that the B is surrounded with single quote marks. Single quote creates a character literal. Recall that using double quotation marks creates a string data type. Press the green run button to run your code. You should see the following result in the output window. So I'm going to run this, and boom, B is there. If you enter the following code, console.writeLine hello world, you get the following error, which we've seen before. Notice the single quotation mark surrounding hello world. When you use single quotation mark, C# compiler expects a single character. However, in this case, the character literal syntax was used, but 12 characters were supplied instead, just like the string data type. You use char or char, whatever you want to call it, whenever you have a single alphanumeric character for presentation, not calculation. You see? So you use, just like the string data type, you use char whenever you have a single alphanumeric character for presentation, but not calculation. Okay? And maybe as we go, we'll see more of this. Okay, it's already here. If you want to display a numeric, so again, we're now in integer literals. Remember, we've done character literals here. So now we are in integer literals. If you want to display a numeric whole number, no fractions, value in output console, you can use an int literal. The term int is short for integer, which you may recognize from studying math. In C#, this data type is officially named int, but frequently refers to as integer. An int literal requires no other operators like string or char, or car, or char, anyone you want to call it. And the following line of code in the code editor. So add the following line of code in the code editor, console.writeLine 1, 2, 3, and I'll just add my 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I already wrote console.writeLine. Now write 1, 2, 3. Okay. So let me run this. Boom. And you see the output is 1, 2, 3, which we can see here. So let's see, use floating point literals. Now we've seen string literals, we've seen character literals, we've seen integer literals. Now we are seeing floating point literals. Okay, a floating point number is a number that contains a decimal. For example, 3.14139. What number is this? Drop it in the comment. This number represents something. I want you all to drop it in the comment. C# supports 3 data types to represent decimal numbers: float, double, and decimal. Each type supports varying degrees of precision. Okay. So again, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Using float point literals, a floating point number that contains a decimal, for example, this. Okay, I've read this before. The output, float type, precision, this. So look at this. Float, approximately 6 to 9 digits. Double, approximately 15 to 17 digits. Decimal, 28 to 29 digits. So this is the precision, right? So we have different float types: float, double, and decimal. Here, precision reflects the number of digits past the decimal that are accurate. Add the following line of code in the code editor. So let's do this. We're asked to add 0.25f. And let's run this. And here we get 0.25. Okay. I need more coffee, guys. After I'm done with this module, I'll go get more coffee. So, heads up. So yeah, we've done this, we ran it, and the code is working. To create a float literal, append the letter F after the number. That's what we did here. In this context, the F is called a literal suffix. The literal suffix tells the compiler you wish to work with a value of float type. You can use either a lowercase f or uppercase f as the literal suffix for a float. So here can be changed to f and it will work. That's what it means. So notice that the float data type is the least precise. So it's best to use this data type for fixed fractional values to avoid unexpected computation errors. Add the following lines of code in the code editor. So let's do 625, so 2.625. So I'm going to just type 2.625 right there. To create a double literal, just enter a decimal number. The compiler defaults to a double. Okay, literal when a decimal number is entered without a literal suffix. So this run, boom. So the compiler defaults to double in C#. Press the green button to run the code, which I've done, and you see 2.625. Yep. So, and the following line of code 12 points. So I'm going to type this here. I'm going to type 12.39398166M. Yep. To create a decimal literal, append the letter M after a number. In the context, the M is called a literal suffix. The literal suffix tells the compiler you wish to work with a value of decimal type. You can use either a lowercase or uppercase m as the suffix, okay, for decimal. So M decimal. So I'm going to run this and you see we get the output. Okay, so use Boolean literals. So we're supposed to have 3 literals. The first is float, double, and decimal. Okay, float, double, and decimal. Okay. So we are here, right? Use Boolean literals. Okay, so if you wanted to print a value representing either true or false, you could use a bool literal. The term bool is short for Boolean. In C#, they are officially referred to as bool, but often developers use the term Boolean. That could be the name of a person. Boolean. My name is Boolean. Okay. Add the following lines of code in your code editor. So let's do this. Console.writeLine, and let's just change this part to true, like so. And let's also do console.writeLine. Change this part to false. Okay. Boom. All right. Yep. Let's run this. Boom. And see if we get true or false. Okay. So press the green red button to run your code. We've done that and we got this. The bool literal represents the idea of truth and falsehood. You will use Boolean values extensively when you start to add decision logic to your applications. You will evaluate expressions to see whether the expression is true or false. Why emphasize data types? Data types play a central role in C#. In fact, the emphasis on data types is one of the key distinguishing features of C# compared to other languages like JavaScript. The designers of the C# believe they can help developers avoid common software bugs by enforcing data types. You will see this concept unfold as you learn more about C#. Data types define capabilities. Earlier, you saw the strings S and character S are used for strings and chars are used for presentation, not calculation. If you need to perform a mathematical operation on numeric values, you should use an int or decimal. If you have data that is used for presentation or text manipulation, you should use a string or char data type. Suppose you needed to collect data. Okay, something just flying about. Okay, suppose you needed to collect data from a user, like a phone number or postal code. Depending on the country/region where you live, that data may consist of numeric characters. However, since you rarely perform mathematical calculations on phone numbers and postal codes, you should prefer to use a string data type when working with them. The same can be said of Boolean. If you need to work with the words true and false in your application, you would use a string. However, if you need to work with the concept of true or false when performing an evaluation, you need a bool. It's important to know that these values may look like their string literals equivalent. In other words, you may think these statements are the same. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, true, true, However, it's only displayed output that appears to be similar. And fact is that the kinds of things you can do with the underlying int or bool will be different than their string equivalent. Recap. The main takeaway is that there are many data types, but you focus on just a few for now. String for words, phrases, or any alphanumeric data for presentation, not calculation. Char, it's not char, it's char, okay? So char for a single alphanumeric character, int for a whole number, decimal for a number with a fractional component, bool for a true/false value. Okay, so let me refresh your memory on everything we've learned. So we touched the five major C# data types, right? Now, for the there's the string where you use double quotes in between your console inside your write line method. There is, or write method, whatever. Then there is also the one where you use single quotes. That is used to output a single character. Okay, for example, you just want to output just B, for instance, which is one of the examples we saw. Then there is the character literal, that's really, oh, for single quote, sorry, a single alphanumeric character, single alphanumeric character. So string is when you want to put out like a phrase or a word or stuff like that, you use that. Then there is int for a whole number. When you want to do like calculations, that's when you use the int. Then there is decimal, which you can also use for calculations. Okay, and this decimal comes in either float, double, or what? The decimal itself. If it's float, just add F. By default, it will be a double. Then if you want to make it a decimal, just add M to the end of that digit or number or whatever you want. Then there's Boolean, true or false. Okay, the Boolean is different from the string, so you don't need to add a double quote in the true or false. Just say true or false, and it actually means true or false. You can use it when you want to make decisions and all. So that's a summary of what this module is talking about. So let's say next unit declare, this unit, sorry, is talking about next unit declare variables. So I'm going to click next, and this is going to take us 6 minutes, but I need coffee. I need my coffee. Coffee is down. Okay, so guys, 1 second, let me get some more coffee. All right, I'm back. So, yeah, while I'm getting ready for my coffee, one second. Let me get something. Okay, I need to use this to make sure my face is fresh. All right, so um, my coffee is getting ready, guys, and let's continue. Like I said, it's a challenge. We want to see if we can complete the C# certification in one go, at a go, in one sitting. So I'm recording every bit of it. I'm not going to pause, nothing. You see everything. You see me move around. You see me get coffee. If I need to take a break, I will. But yeah, I'll try my best to complete the challenge. Okay, so declare variables. A literal is literally a hard-coded value. Hard-coded values are values that are constant and unchanged throughout the execution of the program. However, most applications will require you to work with values that you don't know much about ahead of time. In other words, you need to work with data that comes from users, from files, or from across the network. When you need to work with data that isn't hard-coded, you declare a variable. Okay? What is a variable? A variable is a container for storing a type of value. Variables are important because their values can change or vary throughout the execution of a program. Variables can be assigned, read, and changed. You use variables to store values that you intend to use in your code. A variable name is a human-friendly label that the compiler assigns to a memory address. When you want to store or change a value in that memory address, or whenever you want to retrieve the stored value, you just use the variable name you created. So let's declare a variable. To create a new variable, you must first declare the data type of the variable and then give it a name. So for example, string is the data type, first name is the name of the variable. So I'm going to just delete all this and I'm going to type what we see there. So let's declare string and then let's declare first name just the way we see it, and we need to close. Okay, so in this case you are creating a new variable of type string called first name. From now on, this variable can only hold string values. You can choose any name as long as that adheres to a few C# syntax rules for naming variables. Variable name, rules, and conventions. A software developer once famously said, the hardest part of software development is naming things. Not only does the name of a variable have to follow certain syntax rules, it should also be used to make the code more human readable and understandable. That's a lot to ask of one line of code. Here's a few important considerations about variable names. 1. Variable names can contain alphanumeric characters and the underscore characters. Special characters like hash symbols, also known as the number of symbol or pound symbol or dollar symbol, are not allowed. Variable names must begin with an alphanumeric letter or an underscore, not a number. Variable names are case sensitive, meaning string value is different from string with a small v for value are two different variables. Variable names must not be C# keywords. For example, you cannot use the following declaration: decimal, no; string, no. There are coding conventions that help keep variable readable and easy to identify. As you develop larger applications, these coding conventions can help you keep track of variables, among other texts. Here are some coding conventions for variables. Variable names should use camel case. which is a style of writing that uses a lowercase letter at the beginning of the first word and an uppercase letter at the beginning of each subsequent word. For example, string. This is camel case. Okay, so variable names should begin with an alphanumeric letter. Developers use the underscore for a special purpose, so try to use that for now. So try to not use that for now. So they're saying you should try not using the underscore for now. Just use camel case. That's what this is saying. Variable names should be descriptive and meaningful in your app. Choose a name for your variable that represents the kind of data it will hold. Variable names should be one or more entire words appended together. Don't use contractions or abbreviations because the name of the variable and therefore its purpose be abbreviations because the name of the variable. Okay, because the name of its variable and therefore its purpose may be unclear to others who are reading your code. Variable names should include the data type of the variable. You might see some advice to use a style like string str value. That advice is no longer current. The example string first name follows all these rules and conventions. Assuming you want to use this variable to store data that represents someone's first name. Variable names example. Here's a few examples of variable declarations using the data types you learned about thus far. So there is the car, user option, int, game score, decimal, particles per millions, yep, bool, processed customer. Recap. Here's what you have learned so far about variables. Variables are temporary values you store in the computer's memory. Before you can use a variable, you have to declare it. To declare a variable, you first select a data type for the kind of data you want to store, and then give the variable a name that follows the rule. Okay. So can you say double? Can you say double game score? Yes, I believe. Now that you know how to declare a variable, let's learn how to set, retrieve, and initialize the value of the variable. Next unit. So summary, we just learned variables. We learned the rules for naming variables. So first, if you want to declare, before you can use a variable, you need to declare it first. And to declare the variable, you start by writing the data type and the name of the variable. What's a variable? It's simply a container for you to save your data. Okay, so that's a variable. And so now we have the rules. First, they must start with an alphabet. They cannot start with a number. You can't have spaces in between the variables, but you can have underscore. But the advice here is to not use underscore, but stick to using camel case for now, because underscores are dear to software developers and programmers. So let's stick to the advice from Microsoft and let's continue. So we are going to the next exercise, which is setting and getting values from variables. 1 second, my water is boiling, so I'm going to get my coffee so that I can continue sipping and crush this challenge. Okay, so remember the challenge is to get the C# certification in 1 sitting, okay, from Microsoft, and we're going to do it together. So 1 second. Okay, guys, I'm back with my coffee. Very hot. Okay, I can't do this now, but yeah, my coffee is here and it's really hot. Okay. So yeah, so let's go to the next. So this is 4 of 9. Exercise, setting and getting values from variables. Okay, let's do this. Because variables are temporary storage containers for data, they are meant to be written to and read from. You get a chance to do both. So you get a chance to write to a variable and read from a variable. That's what it means. So exercise, working with variables. In this exercise, you will declare a variable, assign it a value, retrieve its value, and more. So create your first variable. Select all the code in the .NET editor and press delete. Okay, all the code and press delete. Okay, or backspace to delete it. Enter the following code. So again, don't be tempted to click copy. Type it out, guys. Type it out. So string first name. Yep, that's what I see there. Enter, and then you now type first name equals Bob. Okay, I'm tempted to use my first name, but again, let's stick to what we see here. So I've done that, and here it says to declare a variable. Now I'm getting this squiggly line. Why? Why am I getting this squiggly line? It says first name is assigned, but the value is not used. But the value is used here. Why are you not seeing that? Okay. Okay. To declare a variable, you enter the data the data type you want to use, followed by a name for the variable. To assign a value to a variable, you use the assignment operator, which is a single equals character. This is the assignment operator. Note, assigning a value is also referred to as setting the variable, or simply a set operation. Improperly assign a value to a variable. Let's run this and see. No outputs. Why is there no outputs? There's no output because we've done this, but we have not we are not outputting it to console. So remember from our previous lesson, if you want to output something, you need to say console.write, for instance, and then for variable, you just have to say first name, I believe, and then see, like this. So if we run this now it says Bob. So because we didn't output it the first time, it said no output. So again, we are not giving this instruction. I'm just showing you. Improperly assign a value to a variable. It's important to notice that assignment happens from right to left. From right to left. That's assignment. In other words, sweating, guys. Where was I? It's important to notice that assignment happens from right to left. In other words, the C# compiler must first understand the value on the right side of the assignment operator. Then it can perform the assignment to the variable on the left side of the operator. If you reverse the order, you'll confuse the C# compiler. So if you say Bob equals first name, you confuse the C# compiler and you get error. Okay. So we asked to do Bob. We are asked to do Bob equals first name. So let's see, and let's run the codes. now we get the error, which you can see. But let's close this, run this code. Now you get this error. Okay, so yep, this is the error we get. Improperly assign a value, incorrect data type to a variable. So if you say int first name and then you do first name equals a string, you still get error. So you learn that C# was designed to enforce types. When you are working with variables, enforcing type means you can't assign a value of one data type to a variable declared to hold a different data type. Modify the code you wrote to match the following: int first name. So I'm going to do int first name, and now I'm going to do first name equals Bob. So I'm going to close this like this. Yep. So run this, we should get error, which we can see right here. Yeah, so we get this error, and we are getting the error because we are actually declaring the variable as an integer, and we're now assigning the variable, or we're setting the variable with a string. Okay, a string literal, and that would give us an error. The only thing we can use in this variable as int will be integer. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, for instance, will not give us an error. It will give no output. Why? Because we're not outputting this. Okay, that's what this is trying to say. All right, the error message hints. So the error message hints at what C# compiler tries to do behind the scenes. It tried to implicitly convert the string Bob to be an int value. However, this is impossible. Even so, C# tried to do the conversion but fails since there's no numeric equivalent for the word Bob. You'll learn more about implicit and explicit type conversions later. For now, just remember that a variable can only hold values matching its specified data type. Retrieve a value you stored in the variable. So let's store a value. So let's go back and type string first name, and then let's do this Bob. So I think I've gotten ahead of myself because I already showed how to retrieve the value. So I'm not going to do that again. I'll just follow exactly what's there. Then let's use console.writeLine first name. So console.writeLine. So actually you can select this. You can just do go. So this is the one, right, is currently selected, but you want writeLine. You can actually use the down arrow key on your keyboard and press tab, and it will complete that. Okay, and then you can just type first name again. You can press tab, it will complete that for you. But starting out, if you are new to programming, I don't want you to use such. I want you to type out everything. It will help you learn. So once you're done, let's run this. So I'm going to run, and you see output Bob. So you see, so this is retrieving a value from a variable. Is also referred to as getting the variable, or simply a get operation. As you write lines of code, you will see the compiler is checking your code and spotting possible mistakes. The compiler is a great tool to help you get code correct. So now that you're familiar with different types of errors, you can quickly fix mistakes with the help of the compiler error message. Reassign the value of the variables. You can reuse and reassign the variable as many times as you want. This example illustrates that idea. So that means you can reuse and reassign this first name, and you see, okay, so again, the variable is being reassigned here. Again, I'm going to type out everything. Okay, no cheating. First name, like so, equals to Liam, console, doing console dot write line, and first name. Oh, it's not supposed to be in quotes, sorry. First name, and we're doing Isabella. So we're doing first name, and we assign Isabella to it, and let's go back, and we want to console dot write line. And let's do first name, and close this, and finally we want to do first name and equals what year? That's Yasmin. Okay, so we do Yasmin and this, and we want to do console dot write line, and we want to console dot write line first name. Okay, and we are done. Okay, this is having an issue. Okay, so we're done. Now let's run. We should see Bob, Liam, Isabella, Yasmin, Bob, Liam, Isabella, Yasmin. As you can see, we're done with that. Let's initialize the variable. You must set a variable to a value before you can get the value from the variable. Otherwise, you will see an error. Modify the code you wrote in step 6 to match the following code. String first name, console.writeLine first name. Modify the following code. Modify the code you wrote on step 6 to match the following code. Step 6. Are we asked to do string first name? Wait, I didn't get it. Okay, they're saying just modify string first name, then console dot write line, right? Then just type first name. That's what we're told to do. Okay, now run this. So let's run this. Let's close this first, and then let's run this. Yep, we get error. To avoid the possibility of an unassigned local variable, it's recommended that you set the value as soon as possible after you declare it. In fact, you can perform both the declaration and setting the value of the variable in one line. Writing down. In one line of code, this technique is called initializing the variable. Modify the code you wrote to match the following. So let's do string first name equals Bob. So you can actually declare and set it in one line like this. Okay, and then let's run this now. So output Bob. Wow. Okay. Recap. Here's what you've learned about working with variables so far. You must assign, that is set, a value to a variable before you can get a value from a variable. You can initialize the variable by assigning a value to the variable at the point of declaration. Assignment happens from right to left. You use a single equals character as the assignment operator to retrieve the value from a variable. You merely use variable names. So next unit, declare implicitly typed local variables. Continue. I have to sip now. My first sip. This is my first sip from this new cup, right? So how many cups do you think I'm going to take before I'm done with this C# certification from Microsoft? I need your answers in the comments. How many cups? Not sips. How many cups? Okay, so this is unit 5 of 9. We are progressing. Let's continue. So we started when I didn't even check the time. Okay, but we'll continue, we won't stop. Okay, so of course this is 4:27 p.m. and let's do this. Declare implicitly typed local variables. This is 6 minutes, so let's go. The C# compiler works behind the scenes to assist you as you write your code. It can infer your variable's data type by its initialized value. In this unit, you will learn about this feature called implicitly typed local variables. Yep. What are implicitly typed local variables? And implicitly, I don't know why I have a problem saying that. Implicitly typed local variable is created by using the var keyword followed by variable initialization. For example, var message hello world. Okay. In this example, a string variable was created using the var keyword instead of string keyword. The var keyword tells the C# compiler that the data type is implied by the assigned value. After the type is implied, the variable acts the same as if the actual data type had been used to declare it. The var keyword is used to save on keystroke when types are lengthy or when the type is obvious from the context. In the example, var message equals hello world, because the variable message is immediately set to the string value hello world, the C# compiler understands the intent and treats every instance of message as an instance of the type string. In fact, the message variable is typed to be a string and can never be changed. For example, consider the following: var message hello world, message equals 10.703 m. So let's do that. Let's type var message and let's set this to hello world, just like we see there. And I think we need to close this. Yep. And let's set message to what? 10.703 m. 10.703 m. Okay. Remember that m means decimal. Okay. And let's close this. Okay. Then if we run this, we should get error message. Yes, this is it. So this is the error message. Note, other programming languages use the var keyword differently. In C#, variables are assigned a type by the compiler regardless of whether you use the actual data type name or allow the compiler to imply the data type. In other words, the type is locked in at the time of declaration and therefore will never be able to hold values of a different data type. So, like other programming languages don't work the same way. For example, in Python allows you to do weird shit. Python and JavaScript. Okay. Variables using var keyword must be initialized. Okay, so we've done this. Why use the var keyword? Let's read this. The var keyword has been widely adopted in C# community. It's likely that if you look at a code example in the book online, you'll see the var keyword used instead of the actual data type name. So it's important to understand its usage. The var keyword has an important use in C#. Many times the type of variable is obvious from its initialization. In those cases, it's simpler to use the var keyword. The var keyword can also be useful when planning the code for an application. When you begin developing code for a task, you may not immediately know what data type to use. Using var can help you develop your solution more dynamically. As you get started, it is recommended that you continue to use the actual data type name when you declare variables until you become more comfortable working with code. Using the data type when you declare variables will help you be purposeful as you write your code. Recap, here's what you've learned about the var keyword. So here, the var keyword tells the compiler to infer the data type of the variable based on the value it is initialized to. You will likely see var keyword as you read other people's code. However, you should use the data type when possible. Next, you need to complete the challenge. So let's complete the challenge. Yep, so this is 6 of 9, we're progressing. In this challenge, you write code that will combine literal and variable values into a single message. Challenge, display literal variable values. Select all the code in the .NET editor and delete. Boom, delete. Store the following values in variables. So let's store. Should we use var or the data type? So let's use the data type because that's the advice we're getting. So Bob 34.4. So for this, we're going to say we want to store everything in variables. So let's store. Bob is, let's say, name, right? So let's say name. So our name is going to be a string, as you can see. So I'll say string, and I'll just say name is Bob. The next is an integer, so 3. So I'm going to say int, and what should be the name? Int let's say age, and size. Let's say the last one should be called size, but that is going to be a, should we say float, or let's say decimal, right? So let's say decimal, and let's call that size. Okay, we can also use float. Float will also work. So we can also use float. So just float. Okay, so float will also work. Then these variables, let's say store the following values in variables. So when we want to store it, we can do it this way, and then we can start to write name equals this, int equals name equals this, age equals this, size equals this, or we can just say name equals Bob right here. So we've stored this Bob there. Age equals 3, age equals int 3, and then float, which is the size, equals 34.4, and you can put F for float. So remember, if you use decimal, you can put this. If you say double, then you don't need to put any figure in front of it, but 34 is good. So we've done all this. These variables should be given names that reflect their purpose. Their purpose, right? So name, age, and should we say size? Size what size? Should we say shoe size? Yes. And remember, we are following the convention. That is, we are following the convention of naming the variable using camel case. Okay, so make sure you select correct data type for each of the variables based on the type of data it will hold. Yeah, take some coffee. Write code in the .NET editor to display the following message. So we want to display the following message. You have, okay, based on this, right? Based on this thing, 3 messages. So why don't we say this is number of message, right? So let's say number of messages. This is not going to be shoe size. three messages, the temperature. So why don't we say temperature? Temperature. Why don't we call it temperature? So name this number of messages and then temperature. So now we want to print hello Bob. So I'm going to print this out, and let's use console dot write line. So again, I'm using small letter. As you can see, I'm supposed to use capital letter. Console dot write line, down tab, and we are supposed to say hello, comma, see that, space, and then Bob, which is the name. So console dot write line once again, and what are we want the name this time. We want the name and we want to do console dot write line, and the exclamation mark is going to be like this, and here we're going to say exclamation mark. Okay, and after the exclamation mark you need a space, so this is a space. And this next you have, so I'm going to do another console dot write line, and this should just say you have, and space, and I'm going to close that here, and I'll do another console dot write line. Okay, and there's number of messages should go in there, so I'll say number of messages. You have 3, and let's put a space after this. I don't think this space will count, so let's leave that out. So so I'll do console dot write line once again. Then here I need to say messages, so I'll space here, then I'll say messages in your inbox. Can you see that? And put a full stop, and I'll say the temperature is, then I'm going to close this, go back here, console dot write line, and what's it? So I'm going to say, yeah, I just want you to give me the temperature variable, and I will finally say console dot write line, and Celsius, right? So I'm going to say Celsius. Yeah, is there anything here? I think Celsius. Okay, full stop. And this Celsius should be in, yeah, so Celsius, yes, full stop. And of course, you want to close this with your semicolon, and boom, we're done. So no matter how you do it, your code should produce the specified output. Okay, so I'm going to click run. This is my own way of doing it. Okay. And so again, it says hello Bob, this Celsius. And why is that? I'm using console.write line, not console.write. So I need to say console.write, guys. I'm sorry. So console.write, 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 and console.write, and console.write, console.write, and finally console.write. Okay, so this should give us the correct thing. As you can see, hello Bob, you have the messages, the temperature. As you can see, exactly what we have here. But Celsius needs a space, so we're going to give it a space. We run it again, boom, and you see we have everything as it is here. Okay, so now we're done with this challenge. Next, you need to review the solution. So let's review the solution to see. Yep. Okay, so let's see the solution, and you see the solution is the same. It's okay, almost the same. Yeah, we use name, we said number of messages, the solution says messages, so the same. Okay, so and as you can see, we have exactly the same thing. Okay, so yeah. Okay, now I'm saying, now I'm asking myself, why did I have to do this separately? Why did I have to do line 7 separately when I could have just added it here? Again, I've not done this before. I'm just doing this. Okay, so yeah, the code is just one possible solution of how to create the output. For example, it's possible to, you could have used you could have used more console.write statements. However, you should have initialized 3 variables to store the three values per the instruction in the challenge. Furthermore, you should have used a variable of type string to hold the name, a variable of type int, which is what we did, and a variable of type decimal, float, or double. Like I said before, here I'm using float, but we could have used decimal or double, and then to still work fine. If you were successful, congratulations. Continue to knowledge check to the next unit. Important, if you had trouble completing this challenge, maybe you should review the previous unit before you continue. So let's continue. Knowledge check, continue. All right, let's see. Are we going to score everything? We have 3 minutes. Which of the following variable names should or must be avoided? It should be this. You should avoid this. Okay, this is valid, this is valid, this is invalid. What is the problem with this line of code? Var message. What's the problem? Var message. Var isn't a data type. Use of var keyword without initializing the variable. A variable name message should always be a string. No, this is not the problem. Use of var keyword without initializing the variable. Yes, var isn't a data type, but I mean, Could this be the problem? Use of var keyword without initializing the variable. Maybe. But yes, var isn't a data type. So it's either this or this. I'm not sure. Okay, which of the following is the output of console.writeline 34.40M? 34.40M. Oh, precision is going to give me 34.40. Yes, that's what it will give you. Which of the following lines of code creates a variable correctly? This boolean x, nope. This decimal x. This is correct because if you say int, then you shouldn't be using m. Okay? If you say int, you can't use m. So this is correct, this is correct. This I'm not sure because it's saying what is the problem with this line of code? Var message. Var isn't a data type. Yes. But it will work. Use of var keyword without initializing the variable. Now, you can use var without initializing the variable. Okay, let me choose this. Is that the problem? I'm not sure. This or this. Okay, let's our fingers crossed. But if we missed one, then this should have been the correct option. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Congratulate. Okay, incorrect. Okay. Let's see. So correct. Okay, so again, the correct one was use of var keyword without initializing the variable. Oh, I'm sad. But again, we got the other one. So let's continue. Yeah, let's continue. So unit 9 of 9. Your goal was to display a formatted message using the combination of literal and variable values using basic C# syntax. Using basic C# syntax, you created literal values of several different data types. You declared variables and also set and retrieved values. From those variables, you also initialized variables and learned how to use the var keyword to implicitly type a variable by inferring the type from the initialization. Okay, I get it now. Module complete. Unlock. Boom. So we've completed that module. How are we doing? Great. Context. I like this. Think. Tell us what you think. Please subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Summits. So up next, performing basic string formatting in C#. I don't know if this is what is up next, but we are done with this. So we need to go back to FreeCodeCamp. We need to say we are done with this. Then we need to answer this question: which of the following lines of code creates a variable correctly? And that should be this: create a variable correctly. Check your answer. And 29% complete. Submit and go to the next challenge. Yep. So the next challenge, we need to go here, and when we are finished, we need to come back and answer the question. Okay, so let's go to the next challenge. And this is the next challenge. Yes, perform basic string formatting in C#. Okay, so let's see: combine literal and variable text data that contains special characters, formatting, and Unicode into meaningful messages for the end user. Learning objective: after you complete this module, you will be able to create string data containing tags, new line, and other special characters create string data containing Unicode characters, combine string data into a new string value via concatenation, combine string data into a new string value via interpolation. So how many? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Start. So this is introduction. As a software developer, you need to write C# code to combine and format literal and variable data to create a new value. That value might be displayed, saved to file, or sent across the network. Fortunately, C# provides many ways to combine and format data. Suppose you want to display the output of a command line application you are writing. You want to display values including literal text, text in variables, numeric data, and textual data in other languages. How would you format it correctly so that the user can understand what your application is communicating to them? In this module, you will use character escape sequence to format literal string of text to include special characters including tabs and line feeds. Even characters from different languages like kanji or Cyrillic script. You learn how to concatenate two strings together, and we'll use strings interpolation to create a literal string template with replaceable parts. By the end of this module, you will be able to control how your data is displayed to end user of your application. Learning objective: in this module, you will create string data containing tabs, new line, and other special characters. Create string data containing Unicode characters. Combine string data into a new string value via concatenation. Combine string data into new string value via interpolation. Prerequisites: you need this, and you need beginner level with data type. Declaring this, we've done the next unit exercise. So let's go to next unit. So suppose you've been asked to create a mock-up of a command line tool that will generate invoices in both English and Japanese. My coffee is almost gone. Alright, you don't have to build the actual functionality that generates the invoice yet. You only need to provide the command line interface to internal customers in the billing department for their approval. The manager asks you to make sure you add formatting to make the current progress of the tool clear. The manager also asks you to provide instructions for the Japanese user on how to generate invoice in Japanese. Exercise: format literal string in C. In this exercise, you'll learn different techniques to display special characters and add different types of formatting to the outputs. Character escape sequence. An escape character sequence is an instruction to the runtime to insert a special character that will affect the output of your string. In C#, the escape character sequence begins with a backslash, followed by the character you're escaping. For example, the /n sequence will add a new line, and /t sequence will add a tab. Okay, the following code uses escape character sequence to add new lines. So let's write the hello world with /n and /t to see what we get. So I'm going to say console dot write. Is it write line? Yep, use write line, and I'm going to say hello /n \n, then world. Hello world. Then I have to close this. Okay, not there. Come out, then close this, and I will console dot write line, then hello /t word. Of course, you need to open this hello /t. That's to add a tab, I believe. World. Okay, So if you run the code, you'll see the following output. So let's run the code. Boom, boom. Exactly what here is what we see. Okay. So what if you need to insert double quote marks in a literal string? So this is how you do it. This will give you error. Okay, so let me clear this. You need to insert double quote marks, right? If you do it like this, which you can see here, you're going to get error. So let's do it like that first. So I'm going to say hello. I'm going to say no. Okay. So I want to do hello. Then I want to do like this word. Okay, word needs to have like this. So let's run. We're going to get the error, which you can see. But to escape that, to escape this one, we need to add. We need to escape this, which is escaping this one. And then we also need to escape this, which is escaping this one. So let's run. Now we have hello world, which is what we have here. Okay, so what if you need to use backslash for other purposes? For example, you want to do a file path. So let's see. You want to print what do you have here? C. You want to print C backslash. Then you want to do source backslash repos. Okay, so if you run this, you get error. Boom. But you need to escape. To solve this problem, use // to display a single backslash. So you can escape this, and you can also escape this. And if you run this, you get like this. Okay. So this format output string using character escape sequence. Select all the code in .NET and delete. So we're told to select everything here and delete. Number 2, to create the mockup of the command line to enter the following code in the editor. Okay, this code is long. It's too long, but I'm going to type it out. Remember, I said type everything out. Okay, so I'm going to live by example. Okay, and this is generating invoices for customer. But after the customer, we have a backslash like this, and then contoso cop. Okay, and then we have another one here, but here we have a backslash, right? Then we have dot, then we have slash, then we have new line. Okay, and complete. So this is closed here. And next, console dot write line, open, and here we have invoice 1021 backslash t backslash t and completed. Complete. Pull up. Then finally we have console dot write line. Close. Then we have invoice 1022, we have /t, then completed. Then console dot write line, no, not write, console dot write line, and /n, yeah, it's gonna be output directory, then /t. Okay, then let's run this. Now run the code, you'll see something like this. So let's close this first, then let's run this code. Boom. So you see exactly what is here is what we have here. Then verbatim string literal. Let me see, guys. So a verbatim string literal will keep all white space and characters without the need to escape the /. Okay. To create a verbatim string, use directive before the literal string. So will keep all this amount of white space. This is where your code goes. Okay, so we're going to put and this. Okay, so output is this. So can we, okay, sure, I guess we are supposed to say console dot write line, and you're supposed to put and this 1 2 3, I believe it's 3 spaces, then it's a /, then source / repos. But here there is even, so enter, and starting here, and let's do this is where your code goes. Okay, this is where your code goes, and close this. Okay. Okay. So let's run this one now. And see, this is it. Source, this is exactly what we have. This is where it could goes. Okay, so format output using verbatim string. So console.write /c/invoice at c/invoice. Okay, so I don't need this. So c/invoices and this, right? This 1 second, invoices. And I can delete all this. Okay, great. This is supposed to be considered right. It's going to be considered right. Okay, so now run the code. You see output directory, see that invoice run, and yep, correct. So Unicode escape characters, right? You can also add encoded characters in literal strings using the /u escape sequence, then 4-character code representing some character in Unicode UTF-16. What's the full meaning of UTF? What's the full meaning of UTF? Guys, tell me in the comment section. I'm not going to Google it. Okay, C#. This word. Okay. Oh, okay. So let's try to do this. So I'm just going to write console dot write line, and we're doing U /30 53 /30 93 /36B /36F, then world. Okay, then we need to close this. Ouch. Okay. Guys. Okay, so I'll just run this. And what do I have? Need to sip some coffee, guys. Okay, so yeah, when we run this, this is what we get. Okay, there, guys. I have some. I think I have some more to pull. So yeah, when we run this part, this new one, this is what we get. And let's see. So add the following code to your application. We're supposed to add all this. We're supposed to add this bit right here. Okay, sorry guys, I'm going to break my rule today. Okay, okay. So I'm having some muscle pull right now, guys. Okay, so I don't know why. Lack of exercise, I guess. Okay. Or too much of coffee. Okay, so I will break my rule today, guys. Okay, so I'm going to break my rule today. I'm going to copy and I'll add this. I'm sorry, I told you never to copy, but I mean this code, this word is quite long, and I don't want to waste time, so I'll just add this code right here. Okay, so that's the code. To ensure your code is correct, compare it with the following: this, and this. So yeah, my code is correct. Now run the code. You'll see the following results. So let's run the code. Run, boom, and let's see. So you see, so this is the result. Why can't I like pull up this part? I'm supposed to be able to pull up this part. So it's well, anyway, you can see the result right here. Okay, so this is it. This is the Japanese, whatever, or Chinese. I don't know what this is. Yeah. So so recap here's what you've learned about formatting literal string so far. Use character escape sequence when you need to insert a special character into a literal string like tab, new line, or double quotation mark. Use an escape character for backslash when you need to use a backslash in all other scenarios. Use @directive to create a verbatim string literal that keeps all white spaces. Formatting. Okay, so backslash character in a string. Use /u plus a 4-character code to represent Unicode characters. UTF-16 in a string. I asked what the meaning of UTF is, please. I need you to type it in the comments. Unicode characters may not print correctly depending on the application. Okay. Next unit exercise: combine strings using string concatenation. Continue. So we're in 3 of 8. Man, we're spending so much time. My I'm almost out of coffee, guys. So I need more coffee. Yep, so let's look at this. Combining strings using string concatenation. Often you need to combine data from many different sources, including literal strings and variables containing both text and numeric data. In this unit, you will use string concatenation to combine 2 or more values into a new string. Okay, let's see what this is saying. What is string concatenation? String concatenation is programmer speak for simply combining 2 or more string values into a new string. Just concatenation means joining. Just combining string. That's what concatenation is. Unlike addition, the second value is appended to the end of the first value, and so on. In the following exercise, you write code to concatenate string values together. Concatenate literal string and a variable. Okay. So hello, first name Bob, string, message this. Okay, so let's delete everything we have here. I hate to delete my code when it's so much like this. What am I doing? Did I close that? Okay, close. Wow. Did I close what I was doing? Oh. Okay, this is it. Yeah, this is it. I think I closed it by mistake. Okay, again, I'm back to my rule. Don't copy. Type out. Okay, string first name equals Bob. Then string message equals hello space, then plus first name. That's first name. Then let's do console dot write line message. Close this. Okay, let's print and see what we have. And boom, we have hello Bob. Okay, so concatenate multiple values and literal strings. So we have first name Bob. Let's do greeting. Let's do string greeting equals hello. Is small capital? Yes, hello. Then instead of saying hello, we will now say greeting plus a space in between plus first name. Then we need to say plus this. Yep. Yippee! Yeah, we're done. And close that and let's run this. So we have hello Bob, which is the same output. Avoiding intermediate variables. Okay, so modify the code you wrote earlier to look like this, space, first name, this. Okay, modify the code to say greeting, console that right, greeting plus this plus first name. Plus this, not message but greeting. So this. Hello Bob. Yep. Now run the code, you see hello Bob. Recap. Here's what you have learned about concatenation so far. String concatenation allows you to combine smaller literal and variable strings into a single string. Avoid creating intermediate variables if adding them doesn't increase readability. Okay. Next unit exercise, combine strings using strings interpolation. Let's see. Okay. See. Okay. So when 4 of 8 exercise, combine strings using strings interpolation. While string concatenation is simple and convenient, string interpolation is growing in popularity situations where you need to combine many literal strings and variables into a single formatted message. What is string interpolation? String interpolation combines multiple values into a single literal string by using a template and one or more interpolation expression. An interpolation expression is indicated by an opening and closing curly brace symbols. This, you can put any C# expression that returns a value inside the braces. The literal string becomes a template when it's prefixed by the dollar character. In other words, instead of writing the following line of code, message this, okay, you can write this more concise line of code instead. String message equals $, you give it greeting, first name, and semicolon. Okay, we get that. In this simple example, you save a few keystrokes. Okay, you can imagine how much more concise string interpolation can be in a more complex operation. Moreover, many find the string interpolation cleaner and easier to read. So you just need to put the dollar in front of it. In the following exercise, you rewrite the previous message using string interpolation. So we have to rewrite this using string interpolation. And to use string interpolation, all you need to do is so you need to say message. So we need to call message back. So did we create a variable called message? Okay, so let's create string equals string message, right? And let's say message equals $, $sign, then then hello, then open and close this, and inside this you now have first name like this. Then in outer this you can have your semicolon, your exclamation mark, then you close. So now your console.writeLine will simply just be what? Message. Yeah, close. Let's run this. Boom. And we have hello Bob. Of course, greeting is not being used. That's why you have this green squiggly line, but it's okay. So use string interpolation with multiple variables and literal strings. You can perform several interpolation operations in the same line of code. So, for example, int version 11, string update text, update to Windows, message, update text, version. Okay. So let's do this one. So I'm going to create this right here. So it's int, so int the version. No, this one back next time. So int version equals 11, close that, and string update text equals update to Windows. Then string message equals this. Of course, you need to do this. Then inside here, you can now say open and close, and update text, which is what you see here. Then go open and close again, then version. Okay, so this is what you have there. Then you have to close this. Then let's do console.writeLine message. Okay, so console.writeLine message. Okay, so close this and let's run this. Boom. Update to Windows 11. Yep, we're done. So avoid intermediate variables. You see, so int version 11 string update text equals to this console.writeLine. So again, avoid intermediate variables. Modify the code. So if we modify this code, what we're saying, instead of saying message, just use this. That's what it means, as your message. So write your message there. This is an intermediate variable. Check it off. Okay, and run your code. You have the same thing. Boom. So combine verbatim, literal, and string interpolation. So let us do this. Okay, so editor, you need to write this. So I'm going to just, you see, I'm back to typing, not copying. If you copy, you're not doing the stuff properly. Project name equals, let's go, first name, first dash project. Okay, and let's see, console. Okay, let's do console dot, is it right or it's right line? Console.writeLine, and we can do this. Okay, and we can do this at the same time, and then we can do this. Okay, so now we want to do C, and we want to do output, then this, then we want to bring this in slash data. Okay, so here is where we'll now put project name. Okay, so of course you have to close this. and run. So as you can see, first project like data, so you can combine them together. Recap. Here's what you've learned about string interpolation so far. String interpolation provides an improvement over string concatenation by reducing the number of characters required. In some situations, you can combine string interpolation and verbatim literals by combining the symbols for each and using that as prefix for the string template. Next unit, complete the challenge. Let's go to the next unit. Okay, so let's complete the challenge. Code challenges will reinforce what you've learned, and in this challenge you print the instruction to the end user. Okay, so challenge, format and display instruction. Let's delete all. Boom, delete. Okay, so the challenge, select all the code and delete. Begin solving the challenge with the following 2 lines of code. So they're saying you should start with these 2 lines. Again, I will copy because the Russian message that uses the UTF symbol, Unicode, is quite long. So I'm going to break my rule, and I'll paste this here. Okay, so you can see how that long is. I don't want to waste time because this as well is also a challenge. So this is also a challenge, guys. So I'm going to come in, enter. So what do we have here? We have a project name, Acme, ACME, and we have Russian message, boom. And the project name variable will be used twice in the desired output. The Russian message variable contains the message view Russian output in Russian. You must use this variable in your code that prints the message. You may only use either console.writeLine or console.write method twice. Okay. In other words, to complete this challenge, you can only create 2 instructions that actually print to the console. If you need to print additional new lines or add any formatting, you must use what you have learned in this module to accomplish it. So use everything you have learned to generate these outputs. So if we look at the outputs, let's see, and we must only use that console.write line twice, right? So we can do console.write line. And of course it's a method, so you have to do this. Now, we can use this and this, right? And we do something like this. And now that means we can do C/exercise/ the name of the variable, that's the project name, right? So this is going to open and close this, and the project name will now be project name. Then we need to use a slash and data.txt. Yes. So I believe this is the answer. And then the second one, we are going to, so you can only use console.write twice, right? You can only use it twice, so you can do console.write line. Okay, let's do console.write, and then We can now also say arts, $sign and arts, and then we can do this. But remember that now that means we can do something like this, and we can now what's the name, this Russian thing. So we can say Russian message is going to be outputted here. Now after the Russian message we need this, right? Then we need to enter, and here we can now say C like this, and we can now say exercise slash, here we can now say Acme. See that? Is it Acme? No, we can't say Acme. We can say project name. So project name. Yep. Then \data.txt. The same thing we did here. The same thing we did here. We also need to do here. So the very first thing we need to do is we need to say what? We need to say view English output. So here we need to say view English output. So here that means we need to say view English output. So we will do, sorry, so we can do view English output. Okay, then enter, then tab. Okay, then view English output needs to have this. So let's cross check. There is view English output, there is the Russian one, the Russian message here, and let's make sure we close this. Okay, so we close this. Yes, everything seems correct. Now moment of truth. So we can run this. Boom, and you see we have this. So there is a new line right there. So I believe we can start the new line. So we can add a new line here. So we can say /n here. Sorry, /n. Okay. So if we run this now, oh, sorry, I am using this to. So, yep. Okay, sorry. This. So right line. Let me do right line. Yeah. Okay. Take note of the new line, the tabs, and how two mandatory lines of code are used to the outputs. Yep, this is correct. This is correct. So how do we add the new line? Okay, so I guess this has to come down here. Let's see. Okay, so how do we add the new line? Okay, sorry. Okay. So, of course, sorry. we can add the new line using this. So again, so this will be treated as this will be treated as new line, exactly what it is. But why am I getting this? Yeah, error. Okay, why am I getting this? Yes. Okay. In the text, let's see this project name is okay. And okay, if this doesn't work, okay, yeah, works. Okay, so again, this is exactly what we have here. This is what we have here. So, of course, I use the string literals as you can see, and this almost got me confused. So this part almost got me confused, but again, you just have to put it on a new line like this, and you get it. So let's see the solution. Continue, and yeah. So string project name. Oh, okay. So you are actually allowed to create more variables. You are allowed to create more variables, guys. So okay. So string project name this, English location this, console.write line this slash n. Okay. Okay. So using slash n should work, but I tried using slash n and it didn't work. It was giving me slash n, and okay, so you can see the console.write line here uses this. That's why slash n works. Another way is the way I've solved it direct, and here string Russian message this and this. So again, see, my solution is actually different, but at the end of the day we both had the same output. Okay, so I use this and the same output. Again, I've not done this before. You can see I'm doing this on the fly, so just go with the flow and understand what you are doing. Okay. Next unit, knowledge check. Let's go. Let's see. This is 7 of 8. Knowledge check. I hope I get everything correctly this time. Okay. Which of the following escape sequences should be used to add double quotes to a literal string in C# code? Let me read that again. Which of the following escape sequence should be used to add double quotes to a literal string in C#? So you want to add double quotes. Is this now? Is this? Which of the following lines of code correctly uses string interpolation, assuming that the variable value is a string? String interpolation. I think it's this. Is this interpolation? Is this? That's, is this job? Is this one? Unicode characters were embedded in C# string for a console application to prevent a greeting message in Thai. Present a greeting message in Thai. However, the message is only displayed as question mark character. What is a possible cause? A message that should escape sequence for Unicode character. The wrong Unicode characters were used. The user's console doesn't support. It's not this. It could be the user. Could be the user's console doesn't support. The wrong Unicode characters were used. Okay. I don't understand this question. Okay. String directory equals directory plus this. This would add is this now? Is this? What? If I get incorrect, I probably didn't read that. Are you serious? Okay. Oh, okay. the user's console doesn't support. And is this okay? Okay. Yeah, let's continue. Unlock achievements. Boom. Okay. I hate it when I miss some of these questions. They are too simple to be missed. So let's see. Complete the path. Okay, I've completed this. Which of the following lines of code correctly uses string interpolation, assuming that variable value is a string? Did I get that question properly? Yep, this one. Yep, this one. This is string interpolation. Check answer. Yes, and car. 43%. So, I got it. I'm going to go to the next challenge. Okay, donate now to help our charity build a free accredited computer science degree for all. I would have loved to donate, but not now. I don't have cash. Ask me later. Okay, guys, we are going. Close this. We are progressing. So let's see next one. So I'm going to open this in a new tab. When you are done, you need to come back and you need to complete this to go to the next challenge. So let's see. Perform basic operation on numbers in C#. I'm just going to see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess this will be fast because it's numbers. I'm not going to read everything. Click on start, 3 minutes. Of course, this is introduction. I'll just click continue and I'll skip reading this. Okay, so you get the drill. So I'll just go to the exercise and we want to perform basic operations. So I'll say int first number equals 12. As you can see, I'm going to close that. Int second number equals 7. Okay, what am I doing? Second number equals 7. Close that. And let's do some console dot write line, and let's say first number plus, what am I doing? Plus second number. Okay, so let's close first and run this. Yeah, 19, which is what we get. Mix data types to force implicit type conversion. String. Let's do, instead of first number, let's do first name, which is what we are told to do. And let's do Bob. I'm doing the second one now, okay? And instead of second number, let's do WID widgets sold. How many? 7. And then we have to write first name plus sold. First name sold plus first name sold plus widgets sold plus widgets. Run this. Error. Right line. First name plus sold plus widget sold plus widget. Run this. Okay, error. Why are we getting error? First name plus sold plus widgets sold Bob. Okay, I'm getting first name. Error. Let's see. Code Bob. Yep. Oh, int. Sorry. So here we should be using string, not int. Yep. Let's run this again. Yeah, Bob sold 7. Sold space. Yeah, Bob sold 7 widgets. Yep. Okay, so let's see the next one. First name this. I guess this is the same thing. Bob sold 7. Okay, widget plus 7. Okay. So here we're doing widget plus 7. Okay, then plus this. So if we run this, it now says Bob sold 77. Int. Isn't it supposed to be 14? Instead of adding int variable, we just sold to the literal int 7. The compiler treats everything as a string and concatenates it together. Okay. Okay. I see that. Okay, so modify the code. Okay, so you have to put this in brackets. So you have to tell the compiler that, hey compiler, I want this to be treated as 14. Okay, so that's it. So recap, you can perform this. Yep. Continue. Perform math operations. So in sum, so I'm going to clear this. So let's type what we have there. Don't be tempted to copy. 7 plus 5 int difference equals 7 minus 5 int what product 7 times 5 int quotient equals 7 divided by 5. Okay, so this is how you do sum, difference, product, and quotient. Okay, division, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Okay, so let's see. So we should do console dot write line, and we should say sum. Right, plus sum, and of course we want to close this. So I'm tempted to copy by, but no, I resist that temptation. Write line, and here you should say difference plus you want to say difference here. Close that. Console dot write line. Okay, and of course you want to say product. product, close this bit here, console dot right line, and then quotient. Okay, make sure you always sit properly when you are coding. Don't sit like this. Okay, see how I corrected my sitting posture? So there's a tendency for you to slouch or slant when you coding. No, sit up straight. Okay, so, and the last one, which is quotient, and this. Okay, so now we have this. Let's run the code. Sum 12, difference 2, 35, and quotient 1. So as you can see, we've done all the operations. Now we need to delete all the code and do this next one. So I'm going to delete all the code and do this next one. Decimal. So decimal quotient. .0 m divided by 5. Close that. Let's console.write. String literal decimal quotient decimal quotient, yep, and decimal quotient. Okay, this has to be closed and run the code. You should see the following. So let's run the code. Yeah, decimal quotient is 1.4. Yep. See, same thing here. Here are two additional examples that work equally well. You can say 7 divided by 5.0. You can say 7.0 divided by 5.0. Same thing. So again, add code to perform division using literal. Delete everything. So let me delete this. Let me delete this. So let me now type the code. Int first equals 7. See? Int second equals 5. Decimal quotient equals decimal first divided by decimal second. Close this. Let's do console.write line quotient. Console. Okay. Dot write line quotient. Quotient and like this. Okay, so let's run this. Boom, and we should see 1.4. Okay, let's do the next. Console.write line. So console dot write line, and here we're doing dollar symbol. Of course, follows with this, and modulus of 200 divided by 5. Modulus of 200 divided by 5, yep, is 200. This is percentage 5. And you can close this up. Close this up. And same code. So I'm just going to copy this and the same code. So here instead of 200 we have 7 and divided by 5. So here I'll say 7 and percentage 5. So if I run this code, 5 ratio 0, 5 ratio 2. Okay. Well, this is 0, not 5 ratio 0. This is modulus of 200 divided by 5 is 0. Modulus of 7 divided by 5 is 2. Okay. So again, modulus means the remainder, guys. Okay. So order of operations, as you learned in the previous exercise, you can use this symbol, the parenthesis, bracket or braces symbol, as the order of operators. However, this isn't the only way the order of operations is determined in maths. PEMDAS is an acronym that helps students remember the order of operation. Okay? PEMDAS. We used to say BODMAS. PEMDAS. Okay? So parentheses, again, whatever is inside the parentheses, that's for brackets. So we used to say BODMAS. Then exponents, okay? Then it goes to multiplication and division from left to right, okay? So from left to right, multiplication and division. Then A and S from left to right. Then of course, addition and subtraction. So that's PEMDAS. Okay, so PEMDAS is what we use. So C# follows the same order. PEMDAS, except for exponents, while there is no exponent operator in C#, you can use the system.math.how method. The module call methods from the .NET class library using C# will feature this method and others. Okay, so write code to exercise C# order of operation. Remember PEMDAS. So I'm going to break my rule again. So I don't break my rule all the time, so I just break my rule. So int value 1 equals this, int value 2 equals this. So let's run this. So PEMDAS, if we use PEMDAS, again, parentheses, there are no parentheses here, no exponents here, multiplication. So the multiplication will happen first. So it's going to be 4 times 5, which is 20. Then it will now do 20 plus 3, which is 23. So that's why we have 23 here. But once you put these brackets, it will do B first, which is the parenthesis. It will do 3 plus 4, 7, and then 7 times 5, which is what? Which is 35, which is why we have 35 here. So if you run this, you have 23 and you have 35. That's why this happens. Okay, recap. Blah 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 blah. That's the recap. Sorry, you can read this on your own. Okay, and let's do continue. Let's see. So we have unit 4 unit 4 of 8, increment. So frequently you need to increment or decrement values. Okay, So int value equals 0, value equals value plus 5, value plus equals 5, value is now 10. Okay, so I'll break my rule and I'll paste this and can run this and nothing, no output. Why? Because we did not do console.log. Okay, so if you read this properly, then you see that you can increment by saying int value equals 0, value equals value plus 1, value plus plus will increment value by 1. Okay, so that's what it means. Let's see. So let's delete everything here. Boom. This is so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. Okay, so I'm going to break my rule for this. I'll paste, I'll run this, boom, and of course you see what we get there. Yeah, position the increment and decrement operators. Okay, so you can position the increment and decrement operators. Both the increment and decrement operators have an interesting quality. Depending on their position, they perform the operation before or after they retrieve the value. In other words, if you use the operators before the value, as in plus plus value, then the increment will happen before the value is retrieved. Likewise, value plus plus will increment the value after the value has been retrieved. Use the increment operator before and after. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to select all these, delete, and paste this. So let's see what's going on. In line 1, we are declaring and initializing a variable, an integer variable called value to 1. In line 2, we get value and add 1 to it. So here I'll just comment here, the value of the new value is now 2. Okay, then console.writeLine first plus value. Okay, so here I'm going to console.writeLine first as it's going to console.writeLine as 2. Here console.writeLine second value plus plus. So it's going to do this as 3. It's going to do this as 3. Here is now going to do 3. It's going to do third plus value, and value is still 3. Here is going to do plus plus value. So it's going to increase. It's going to increase before the value. So it's going to now be 4. Okay, I hope I'm correct. So here value plus plus is 2. Console.writeLine. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, see, this is the output. First 2, second 2, third 3, and this. Okay, so I guess this was wrong. So 2. Okay. So yeah, so let's go over it again. Console.writeLine, the first plus the value. The value is, of course, int value is 1 here. Then value plus plus is now 2. So it's going to be 2. Then here, why is here 2? Value plus plus. Value plus plus. The new value. Okay, that means it's still using this value, right? Still using this value. So value plus plus. So get the value and increase it. That's what is happening here. Okay. So it's still using this value. And then it now does value. It now does third value. The third value is supposed to be so it's 3, okay? Yeah, 3. Then plus value should be 4. Okay, so run. Yeah, so 2, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so notice this line of code. Second value plus plus. Okay, there's 2 steps to this line. Retrieve the current value of the variable value and use that in the string interpolation operation. Okay, increment the value. So retrieve the current value, increment the value. The next line of code confirms that the value was in fact incremented. Okay. Okay. Increment the value. Yeah. The next line of code confirms that the value was in fact incremented, which is this. Then, in contrast, consider the last line of code. So plus plus value. So increment, then get the value. So we're picking the 3, but we're incrementing it first before we use it. Okay. Here, the order of the operation: increment the value, retrieve the new incremented value of the variable value, and using the string. So that's what we did here. So boom, I hope you understand this, guys. Recap: here's what you've learned so far about mathematical operations in C#. Use compound assignment operators like this: plus equals, minus equals, star equals, plus plus, and minus minus to perform a mathematical operation like increment or decrement and assign the result into the original value. Yep. Increment and decrement operators perform differently depending on whether the operators is before or after the operand. Okay. Next, you need complete the challenge to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius. Let's complete the challenge. Okay, now we're in 5 of 8. Complete the challenge to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius. In this challenge, you write code that will use a formula to convert a temperature from degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. You will print the result in a formatted message to the user. Okay. So select everything here. Let's do this. Select everything here and delete. This time we are writing from scratch. Back to the rule. Okay. So we are told to enter the following code. So int it's Fahrenheit 97 94. My brain is thinking one thing and my hand is doing differently. Okay. To convert temperatures in degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius, first subtract 32, then multiply by 5. Okay, 5 nines, so that's 5 over 9. So int Celsius, right? So we need to do int Celsius. Is that Celsius? Celsius. So we need to say Fahrenheit. Sorry, what am I doing? Fahrenheit minus, say first subtract 32, then multiply by 5. So you need to multiply by 5 over 9. 5 over 5 over 9. Okay. So this is the first operation that you want to happen, right? That means you need to put this in brackets first. Then you want to multiply by this. So this. Okay. So to convert temperatures in this, to display the results of the temperature conversion in a formatted message. The temperature is 34.444447. So instead of int, that means here needs to be a decimal. Okay, decimal. And here going to be a decimal, right? So 32. Yeah, 32. And let's make this. Yeah, I think we need to convert everything to a decimal. So I'm going to say Fahrenheit is int to decimal is like so. Okay. So can we do this? Can we do this? Okay. So I'm going to say console dot write line, console dot write line. Let's do console dot write line $sign and the temperature is, so here is where we're going to have Celsius. Sorry, Celsius. 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 Okay. Yep. Of course, we need to close this part here. So, if all things being equal, if we run this, the temperature is 0 Celsius, and do we have everything correct? Okay, let's change this to int and see. So int is run. Okay. Alright, minus 32. Celsius. Everything seems correct. I'm sure I have united. Okay, so int is 34. Okay. So Celsius Fahrenheit minus 32 times 5 divided by 9. Run. Because you are using int, so you are having issues. Decimal. Okay, so I'm going to use decimal Celsius, and I'm going to do m. I'm going to do m. I'm going to do m. Run. Boom. So that is it. So we're supposed to use decimal Celsius Fahrenheit minus 32 m, and we have this. Boom. Okay, so that is done. But you can see, note, admittedly, it is preferred to not see so many values after the decimal point. Ideally, the value would be formatted to a single value after the decimal point, 34.4. So I believe if we want to get a single value, we can just use floats instead, right? And do F. F. So if we run this, and this is 34.44, this is 44.5, and so that's that. Now let's do double instead. So let's do double. So instead of floats, let's just do double. Yep, double. So if we run this now, floats. Okay, so floats, run this 0. Okay, so let's just do F. Okay. Okay, so float. So if we do int, what happens? Let me see. Error. Okay, so say float. So run this. So this is what we get. Let me continue. And of course, this was our solution initially, decimal Celsius Fahrenheit to m. This was our solution, which is the same. Note, if you had trouble completing this challenge, maybe you should review the previous unit before you continue on. So, of course, we spent some time, but we completed the challenge. Yeah, so next, like this, knowledge check. Okay, which I hope I get everything correct this time, because I've been missing one or two since. So which of the following lines of code will fail to output the text to text Windows 11? Console.writeLine Windows plus 7 plus 11. Everything here will be treated as string, so this will fail. Windows plus 11, this will work. Windows 11, this will work. So this will fail, because this will be Windows 74. What is the value of the following results? Int result equals 3 plus 1 times 5 divided by 2. So remember the rule. So brackets, then exponential. There is no exponential here. Then of course the multiplication will happen first. Multiplication, so it will do 5 to do 1 times 5 to change this to 5. Then it will divide 5 divided by 2, right? Am I correct? It will do yeah, it's not PEMDAS. Okay, so it will do 5 divided by 2, 2.5. Then 2.5 plus 3, that is 5. Okay, so to do 5. To do 5, then what will be the result of the following line of code? So console.writeLine 5 divided by 10. That should be 5 divided by 10. Yeah, 5 divided by 10 should be, I think 0 should be the result. Yeah, 0. Is it 0 or 0 0.5? 0 0.5. 0. Okay, so which of the following line of code uses the addition assignment operator? This is increment value plus equals this increment addition assignment operator. Check your answer, cross fingers. Okay, which one did I miss again? Don't tell me I missed one. Don't tell me I missed one. Incorrect. Oh, okay. Plus equals 5. Okay. How can I miss this one? Is addition assignment operator. Okay, it's actually value plus equals 5. Okay. This is the short form. I mean, value equals value plus 5 is what the short form. Continue. Summary. Your goal was to perform basic operation on this, right? You used various operators to perform basic strings and mathematical operations. You learned how some symbols are reused, overloaded as different operators depending on the context. You learned how the data types of the operand influence the meaning of the operators. Finally, you learned how to change the data types of a variable to cast this module complete. Go to next module and let's see. So I would go here. So we are done with this. Let's see what's the answer to this. It's 5, right? Yeah, 5. Check your answer. Boom, correct. 57%. Submit and go to the next challenge. Remember, guys, the goal is to complete the entire C# certification on FreeCodeCamp in one sitting. So I've had 2 cups of coffee. Maybe I would make 1 more cup. Okay, but let's continue. For this, we have, I'm just going to close this. For this, we have this. So I'm going to open in a new tab. And guided project, calculate and print student grade. Okay, so I need to calculate and print student's grade here. Let's see. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Let's start. Okay. So developers perform some tasks nearly every day. Tasks including declaring strings and numeric variables, assigning and extracting value. Performing calculations are routine but essential. Equally important is the task of communicating results to the application user. Mastering the ability to apply these skills to solve a given problem is something that every developer must learn to do. Suppose you are a teacher, assistant at a school. You are tasked with developing an application that can automate student grading. So you need to read this, okay? So, of course, let's assume I've read it. learning objective in this module, you do this. These are the prerequisites we've gone through. So I'm going to continue. Again, project overview. So you are given a short list of 4 students and their 5 assignment grade. Each student grade is expressed as an integer value 0 to 100, where 100 represents 100% correct. Final scores are calculated as an average of the 5 assignment scores. Okay, so average of the 5 assignment score is the final score. Okay. Where 100 represents 100% correct. Okay. Final scores are calculated as an average of the 5 assignment scores. Your application needs to perform basic math operation to calculate the final grade for each student. The application needs to output / display each student name and final score. Currently, the teacher's gradebook shows the graded assignment for each student as follows. This shows this, okay? So the teacher requires that the calculated grade for each student are displayed like this. Okay. So setup. So setup, open the .NET, copy and paste the following code into the editor. This represents the graded assignment for each student. So again, let's just copy and paste. Good. Okay. Now you are ready to begin the guided project exercise. Good luck. So next, calculate the sum of each student's assignment scores. So of course, so to calculate the sum, let's copy this, let's paste it here. So we have this 0, and then we'll keep adding this. Okay, so notice 0 is assigned. Then copy this, copy this. So to output it, this is what we need now. So this is what we need to calculate the sums, right? This is what we need to calculate the sums. So of course, let me just copy this part. Why? Because that's how we would calculate the sums. Then we will now run the code. So let's run the code. We have error, and let's see where we have error. This is working. Okay, so we don't need to use int here. If we are using int, then we don't need to define this. So if we run this, now it gives us the answer. So that's that. Let's go to next. Calculate average of the student's assignment score. Again, we have the scores, we have decimal. Let's see. So current assignments, so we're using decimal and we're converting surface sum to decimal and divided by current assignments. So we will now copy these bits. Okay, so this is what is different. We've calculated these, then we'll do decimal. Then current assignments. Now, current assignments has already been defined here as 5. So everything divided by 5, then we are hard coding this, okay? And okay, so I'm going to copy this. I'll just say Control A and paste this right here. So this is what we get. If you run this, we are going to get this right here. Okay, so continue. Exercise format. Exercise. So format the output using escaped character sequence. So this is my output. Then we need to format it properly. So this will be our new code, and this is going to be the output. So let me just do this. Copy. So Ctrl A to B, and if we run this, boom. So we have a properly formatted output, and you can see it's tab. We're using student double tab, so tab grade on end. So Sophia tab this tab this tab. Okay. One tab. Okay, one tab before each of them. Here, Sophia double tab. Okay, so why does Sophia has double tab here? Okay, so let's continue. So let's do knowledge check. This module was a kind of fast, okay, probably because I copied and pasted. Not good, guys. So let's see, what does the following code accomplish? VAR value, and we're converting int divided by int and the divisor. Cast the operand to truncate the result. No, it's not. It doesn't declare explicitly type. It's actually casting the operand to truncate the result. Yep. Why does the tab appear to be a space in the output of the following code? Student/T grade. The tab sequence. The tab escape sequence is incorrect. It's correct. The next tab stop after student is simply one space wide. I don't understand what they are saying. The tab escape sequence needs to be doubled. Tap to work. No. If you do this, there will be one tab here. So the next tab stop after student is simply one space wide. What is wrong with the following code? Int Sophia sum. Okay. Int Sophia sum. Yep. Console.writeLine Sophia space plus Sophia sum. Hmm. Yeah, I think Sophia's sum is not initialized. This is not a problem. It's not a problem. Let's see. Sophia's sum should use the var keyword. No, I think this is the problem. So check your answers. Check your answers. What? What's the problem? I think my internet needs to be worked on. Congratulations! Congratulations! Did I get everything correctly? Let's see. I think I got everything. Oh, okay. Now I'm back. Get everything correctly. Continue. So the summary. Your goal was to build an application that takes assignment score. Please, we did that by breaking the problem down. You were able to build it. Okay, strong solution. And let's see. So let's go back here and say we have completed this one. And then let's do what is wrong with the following code. Sophia plus Sophia sum. What was the answer? Sophia sum is not implicitly typed. It's implicit. It's not implicit. It's actually implicitly typed. It's not initialized before use. That is the correct answer. Yep. So 71% complete. Can we finish this challenge? Ha ha ha. I think we are equal to the task. Finish the C# certification in one sitting. Don't stand up till you're done. Okay, pardon me. I joke a lot. Submit and go to next challenge. Yes, that's what I'll do. 71% done. For this, we calculate final CGPA guided project on Microsoft Learn, then answer this question. So let's see. So I'm going to open this in a new tab. Remember guys, the goal is really to do this, then in another complete the challenge in one sitting. I'm going to do data analysis, I'm going to do machine learning, and I'll do this college or algebra. So I have 3 other challenges in this segment. Okay, so drop a comment if you want to see me do data analysis as well as machine learning. Okay, so let's see. Guided project, calculate final GPA. So yeah, we've opened this. So let's do this. Calculate final GPA. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to go. So I believe this will be easy. See. So yeah. So this is the instruction. Developers perform some tasks nearly every day. Tasks including declaring string and numeric variables, assigning and extracting values, and performing calculation are not only routine but essential. Equally important is the task of communicating results to the application users. Okay, so we're going to be communicating results, I guess. So prepare for guided project, continue. Yep. Okay, so again, you provided with the following sample course information. This is the course information, right? Final GPA is this. So this is the setup. You have this student name, this, and then you have this. So I'm going to copy the setup and paste it, and I can't be typing out all this. I'm breaking my rule. Again, nothing output because there is no output actually. So continue. Store numeric grade values for each course. So create variable to store grade values. Okay, so this is what we're creating. Then yeah, review the student grade for each course. Copy this. Yep. To create variables that will store the grade for each course, you have this. Then to display the course, you have this. Okay, so check your work. Review your output and verify that the course names and grades and credit hours are all correct. So this is what you should get at the end of the day. I'm not going to copy them one by one. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the next. I'm going to go to the next, and let's see if we have like the code. So this is the actual code that you should write at the end of the day. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it right here. So this is the actual code you should write. I believe I can write all this now, as you know. So I'm going to run this code, and boom, this is what we get, which is the same as the output right here. And let's see exercise format. So calculate the final GPA, which is what we get here. And this is the, after calculating the final GPA, you should have this code. So I'll do Control A, Control V, and run this. So you see this final GPA. Then I believe finally you need to format your code properly. So this is the code where I'm formatting everything to get something like this. So I'm going to say Control A, Control V, and run this one right here. So you have this code is now formatted. As you can see, my output over here. So next unit is the knowledge check. So let's do the knowledge check. Check your knowledge. Suppose decimal grade point equals 3.9987281. What is the value of int grade point average? Okay, so once you do int, the whole point will be gone, so you will just have 3. Okay, so that's it. In the following code, decimal x equals 7 divided by 5. Why does x equals 1? Decimal x equals 7 divided by 5, and then x equals 1. Using decimal data types truncate the fraction. Nope. Dividing two integers performs integer division. This line of code has an error. Actually, this line of code has an error, because if you want to do this to have an error, definitely. So check. I missed that. Oh, dividing two integers perform integer division. Oh, really? See? So I'm back to missing 1. Okay, let's check our code and let's see. Decimal average point is this. So we've completed this. What is the value of int grade point average? And that is 3, because everything in this point will be dropped when you use int. Check your answer correct. We are 86% complete. Submit and go to the next challenge. So let me close this. So trophy, write your first code using C#. Okay. So now that you've completed all of the write your first code using C# challenges, you should have earned the trophy for it on Microsoft Learn platform. If you didn't see the trophy, View your achievement pages. You have not completed all the tasks and your trophy cannot be verified. Okay, so open. Okay, one trophy. One trophy. Okay, C sharp. Okay, this is my trophy, as you can see. So you can see that I'm doing this for the first time. I've not done it before. So this is my trophy, and it's write your first code using C sharp, get started part 1. So I'm going to go back here so I can see my trophy, and it says link your Microsoft account. To complete this challenge, you must first link your Microsoft username to your FreeCodeCamp account by following these instructions. Using a browser where you are logged into your Microsoft account, go to this place. Good. Find and click the share button. So this is it. Okay, let's find and click the share button. Number of modules completed. Okay. Transcript. Okay, where is, find and click the share button. Where is it? I can't see any share button here. Okay, this share. So I'm going to, okay, let's read what we have to do. Find and click the share button. If you do not have a transcript link, click create link button to create one. Click the copy link button to copy the transcript URL. Paste the URL into the input below. It should look similar to this. Okay, so go back here, create it, then copy the link, then come back here and paste it into this. Yep, then link account. Okay. So this trophy is required to qualify you for the certification exam. So yeah, the Microsoft account username is it's currently linked to your FreeCodeCamp account. If this is not your Microsoft username, remove the link. It's my username, so I'm going to say verify trophy. Yeah. Okay, so ask me later again. Your trophy from Microsoft Learning was verified. And what next? So what next? So I'm done with this. Create and run simple C#. I've done all this. So what next? Foundation. Okay, I think this is the only thing. Use what you've learned to pass the exam to earn your foundational C# with Microsoft certification. So I think now I need to do the foundational C# with Microsoft certification. Why is it saying this? You have not met the requirement to be eligible for the exam. To qualify, please complete trophy, create and run simple C# console application. Trophy, add logic to C# console application. Work with variable data in C# console application. Create methods in C# console application. Trophy, debug C# console application. Wow. Okay, so I think I just completed create and run simple C# console application. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 trophies to go before you can have access to this. Okay, so I guess I need to go back. Hey, why is there no place to go back or like complete this thing? I don't like this. Functional C# new. Okay, so that's going back. So I'm done with this. Now I need to do this, this, this before I can take the examination. free certification. Okay, so let's do this. We can do this. We can do this. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this. Create and run simple C# console applications. So install and configure Visual Studio Code. So I need to go to this. So I need to go to this. Once I'm done, I need to click complete and answer this question. So let's see. Open. I'm going to close this because I'm done. I'm going to close this. So go here. So I'm here, guys. I think it's high time I got myself another cup. Okay, I don't know how many hours I've spent here, but like I said, I'm not pausing anything, and I'm sitting here until we get this certification. Okay, so before I'm done, first I want to ease myself, guys, and I want to get one more cup. I don't know how many cups I'll consume before I'm done, but the challenge is to finish the FreeCodeCamp C# certification in one sitting. I'm not pausing this, guys, so you can see me, you can see everything I'm doing, but let me get this cup of coffee and I'm going to ease myself. So see you. All right, guys, I'm back. So, I believe I must have taken a few minutes break, which is good for my health. This is my third cup of coffee, and I'm ready to go. Uh, let's see. So we're in the second module. I think we have like 4 modules to complete before we can take the course. But this module shouldn't, we shouldn't spend much time on this module because it says 35 minutes. So install and configure Virtual Studio Code. I already have Virtual Studio Code, but let's see what the instruction says. So I'm going to click on Start. And software development is more than just writing code. It's a process. Larger coding process can take months or even years to complete and can be complex. The process of writing, debugging, testing, updating, versioning, and releasing code is a significant undertaking. So again, an IDE, integrated development environment, typically include a suite of tools that support the software development process from beginning to end, a process known as development lifecycle. The IDE tools enable the developer to work more efficiently and can help the developer or team of developers to write, debug, test, publish, and version their code more easily. A good IDE is a programmer's best friend. Suppose you are interested in getting started with C# application development. The first step is to select the programming environment. After researching the available online options, you determine that Visual Studio Code is one of the most popular IDEs among C# developers. You are happy to see that Visual Studio Code is a full-featured IDE that's quick and easy to install, and it supports numerous extensions to enhance developer productivity. You also take a look at the full Visual Studio product, which provides even more features for professional developers. Both products include a free option. After consulting a developer friend, you decide that Visual Studio Code will provide all of the tools okay, so if you can't see me anymore, I'm sorry. Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's continue, guys. So by the end of this module, you'll be able to use Visual Studio Code to create and run your own C# console applications. Okay. Learning objective: download and install Visual Studio Code. Examine Visual Studio Code user interface. Configure Visual Studio Code to use C#. Install .NET runtime library. Build and run a console application. So let's go. Like I said, I've already installed Visual Studio Code. I already have it before now. So let's go. So continue. Yeah. So exercise: download and install Visual Studio Code. Yeah, so this is where you download Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to click this, and this is Visual Studio Code. So you just click download for Windows, and I'll go back. So it's going to be downloaded to your computer, right? And once it's downloaded, you install it. So the installation is pretty much easy, and yeah, so it's taking you through the installation, right? Okay, so let's continue. 3 of 9, install .NET SDK. Check to see if .NET SDK is already installed. So to check, you open your command prompt. To open my command prompt, you just need to do Windows plus R on your keyboard and type CMD, enter. So this is going to open command prompt, and I need to type .NET version. This will give me the version if .NET is installed. So as you can see, the command could not be loaded, possibly because you intended to execute a .NET application. That version does not exist. You intended to execute a .NET SDK command. Found. So I do not have .NET here. And as you can see, if you received an error message, it means there's no .NET. Version is installed, you should see this. So close the command prompt window. Then let's install .NET quickly. Okay, so open a new browser. So you can, let me open this. So this is where you download .NET, run .NET SDK installer, then we verify the installation once more. So let's see. This is 7.0. So yeah, hold on. Let me try and connect. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, I'm connected. So I'm going to click. Yeah, I'm going to click this. So you see the download is currently being downloaded, as you can see. So once the download is done, I'm going to install the .NET. Let's see, it's a little bit fast. So once it's slow, actually, a better network would have done this like in seconds. But you see, it's almost done. It's almost done. It's at least 50% right now. So it's almost done. Once it's done, I will install it and I will check to see that we now have .NET, right? Using this .NET -- version again. Okay, so it's almost done. It's almost done. Let me turn on the slides. Okay, so I believe it's done. Okay, so yeah, so I have some lights now. Okay, yeah. Okay, 1 second, guys. All right. Okay, so my power has been restored, guys. Okay, my power is restored. I'm sweating seriously. Okay, so let's install .NET. So I'm going to click here. This is it. I'm just going to click on it. As you can see. So yeah, you click run and install. So I'm going to click install. Yep, it's currently being installed, as you can see. So drop a comment and let me know how many cups of coffee you think I would consume before I'm done with this certification. So currently been installed. Yep. Okay, so I guess this is done. So I'm going to close. The installation was successful. Windows R and type CMD, which you can already see there. Enter is going to open it, and then type .NET space dash dash version. Now we should see the version. So you can see I've now installed .NET for the first time in my computer. But for the Visual Studio Code, as you can see, I already have Visual Studio Code installed. So I think I have satisfied the requirement, and the editor could not be opened because I was not opened. What is this? Okay, I'm just going to close all this shit. Okay, so this is Visual Studio Code. As you can see, I'll just restricted mode. Why? Trust, please. Okay, so yeah, I'm done. So I'll just click continue. Sip a cup of coffee. Examine the Visual Studio Code user interface. So again, this is user interface, activity bar, main menu, editor, panel, sidebar. So let's see. This is it. So again, we've not actually started writing, but at least this is the main menu that you can see. This is the activity bar, this is the sidebar. Will be here when you start to write code, and then your panel and whatnot will be here. So let's see what we are asked to do. So yep, so continue. Yeah, so explore the Visual Studio Code user interface, open Visual Studio Code and examine the welcome page. Yep, so yes, this is exactly what we saw before. Examine the top menu. To view file, click select file, notice new, open, save, close, and all that. So again, we're just to examine configure Visual Studio Code extensions. So let's see. So the extension we want, ensure that you have Visual Studio Code open. On the activity bar, select extension, enter search extension marketplace tech build, enter C#. Okay, so and we want to install this extension from Microsoft. So let's go here. This is what we are told to do. This is extension. Click on extension. Now on this search, you now type C#. That is what we are told to do. And this is what we want, C# dev kit. As you can see, I'm installing this for the first time, right? So C# dev kit install. See, it's currently installing, and this one is also installing. I didn't click install on this, but I guess because I'm installing dev kit, this is also being installed. Okay, so let me see. So yeah, once you install it, note, keep in mind that it's better to wait until you have determined that you actually need an extension before installing one. Okay, so close the C# dev kit page. On the extension view, clear C# from the console. Extension view show installed. Notice that installing C# dev kit installs the following. Like that's what I said. So as you are installing dev kit, I noticed C# was being installed. IntelliCode for C# was also being installed. .NET install tool for extension tools was also being installed. Okay, so look at that. As you can see, it's still installing. The installation is not done. Once the installation is done, you will see installed. and not installing. So see, let's remove this. So under installed, it's not here, so because it's still installing, guys. As you can see, still installing. Okay, so once it's done, you're going to see installed, not installing. So again, the recommendation from Microsoft is make sure you need the tool before you try to install it. Okay, so as you can see, this is still installing, guys. Okay, so let's close this and let's see, is it done? Still installing, guys. See, it's still installing. So we leave it, and I'm sure it will be done before you know it. Okay, so this installation will be done. So let's see, let's restart to update. Let's restart to update, and here exercise, create, build and run your application. So continue. Let's see, come back here and let's be sure that our installation is done. Don't show this. Okay, come back here and let's see, installed. It's loading, as you can see. You can just type C# to just get C#. Okay, as you can see, C# is now installed, right? So if we click here, C# dev kit, you see it's no longer saying installing, so it's now installed. So we can close this, we can close this release, we can close this up. So now we're done with that. Create, build and run your application. So let's create our application. For example, the following .NET CLI command will create a new console application in the specified folder. Okay, so in the past I've talked about how to use the Windows command line. So I've talked about how to use the Windows command line, and this .NET new console .0, if you run it in your Windows CLI command line interface, CLI is command line interface. Okay, so it would actually start a new project for you, and then of course the name of the folder is going to be C# project, and the name of the project will be test project. Okay, so that's what will happen. So the driver.net, in this example, the command new console is the command, the command argument is this. Okay, in this example. So let's do this and ensure that you have Visual Studio Code open. You can use Windows to start and locate open Visual Studio Code. So you can, so again, opening Visual Studio Code is not a problem. On Visual Studio Code, click code file menu, open folder. Yeah, open folder, dialog. On Visual Studio Code terminal, select new terminal. Okay, terminal menu, select new terminal. So output should be this. desktop, then you enter this command. Okay, so I'm going to copy this command. I'm going to copy this command, and let's do it. So come here. So what we want is terminal, and I'll click new terminal. So I'm currently on user. So to change directory, I'll just say cd, and I'll type desktop like so, and hit enter. So to clear that, you just type cls, and that will clear the previous command. So I'm going to paste this, and the reason why I know this is because I actually already know how to use the command line interface, or the terminal, whatever you want to call it. So I have a video where I teach how to use this. Like, I teach a lot of commands that you can do. So don't be surprised I'm just typing this command easily. Again, I'm borrowing knowledge from, programming generally to complete this certification. Okay, so enter, and yes, so see, it's creating it. Boom. Now, again, it was created successfully. On this terminal, I can also inspect the files on my desktop, right? So if I type dir, then these are the files on my desktop. Okay, so I have these proposed questions, I have this, this. Now, if you look very well, you see C# projects, which is now on my desktop. Okay, so now if I go to my desktop right here, you will see that a new folder has been created called C# projects. Can you see that? So that's it. Now, so what I can do is I can now change my directory into the C# project like so. Now let me CLS. So I've cleared the screen, and now I'm in C# project in my terminal. Okay, so another thing I can do is open up my, what do you call it, what we have here. So let's inspect what is inside C# project, and you see we have test project. There is mode. Again, I may not be able to explain the mode for you right here, but I have other videos that explains exactly what is going on with this CLI, command line interface, and you can check it out, please. Okay, so I'm going to clear this. Let's go and see exactly what we are told to do. So I'll go back. Where is it? Here. So in the Explorer, code select program.cs. So again, there's the C# folder. You should see test project folder, which we have seen. C#, this test project. So the CLI command uses the folder name when it creates to project file, test project, that is the program.cs file is the file containing your C# code. Okay, so the programs.cs is what we are concerned about. Okay, so in the Explorer panel, select program.cs and put this code inside. Okay, as you can see, the default console application is the iconic. Okay, so there is even a default application inside this. So we need to look at the Explorer panel. We need to open that up. So let's see. So if you go here, now this is the Explorer panel, as you can see. So nothing is currently open. So let me open a folder, and that folder is going to be this one we have created. So as you can see, so now we open this folder. Inside this folder, you have this program.cs. So when you click on it. Now this is what we are talking about. Okay, so yes, I trust the authors. Yes, so this is what we are talking about, and this was actually done for us. Okay, so don't show this message again. Sign in to use Visual Studio Code subscription benefits or C#.NET extension. I don't think this is important, so I'll just close that. So now we are following what we are told, and we've gotten to this stage, right? The next thing, the command prompt is integrated terminal. The command prompt in the integrated terminal panel shows the folder location where the command will run. Before running a build or run command, you must ensure that the terminal is open to your project folder. Okay, so verify that the command prompt in the terminal panel displays this. Okay, so again, I've told you how you can be sure that it's displaying this. So let us go back, and let's follow the instruction, please. So go back here. Now for the terminal, we want to click here. I want to click new terminal. You see, so this is new terminal. This is what is displaying, but no, we want to enter the test project. So I'll do cd, which is change directory, and I'll say change directory to what? Test project, and cls this. So now we are in the same folder where our console application is. Okay, so where our programs.cs. .cs means it's a C# program. Okay, I believe. Now, so the next thing we want to do is, it says we should replace what is in our console with this console.writeline hello C# instead of hello world. Okay, nice. So let's do that. So I'll come back to here, and again, please, you want to type console again dot write. As you can see, it's giving you those things that it used to bring. Then you want to type hello C#. That's the instruction. Then of course you want to always close like so. Okay, so once we are done, of course, Ctrl S is going to save that, or you can click File and Save, or just say Ctrl S. Then once we're done with that, let's see, the next instruction says we should type .NET build. So I'm just going to copy this, and .NET build will be typed in your terminal. Okay, in your terminal. So once you type .NET build, so it will build the program, then you can now run the program. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do that. So we'll go here. In our terminal, we'll now type .NET build, or Ctrl V, because I already copied it. Enter. You see, it's building the program. You see that? So when you are done writing any line of code, or you are done with your program, you have to run .NET build. So it has to show build succeeded, 0 warnings and 0 errors. Okay, that means everything was done properly. Then time elapsed. Okay, so the next thing I need to do now is run the program. Okay, just as we were doing with the .NET the console that was provided by Microsoft when we did the first module. So now we need to type .NET run. So .NET build and .NET run is what we're looking at. So I'm just going to paste this, but instead of build, just say .NET run. Boom. As you can see, it prints the output hello C#, right? So we're done with writing our code on our local machine, our computer, as against using the console that was provided. So I believe we are done with this. So knowledge check, let's go. Again, this is I believe the last one. So check your knowledge. Which of the following choices provides the best description of an IDE? Visual Studio Code is an integrated development environment. Yes, it is. An best description. No, that's not the best description of an IDE. An integrated development environment is a tool that makes it easier to write code. An IDE is a suite of tools that support the full software development lifecycle. Hmm. I think this is best. Which area of the Visual Studio Code user interface is used to write code? Editor. Which of the following tools is required to run command line interface commands such as .NET Run? You need is required SDK. This is the SDK. So check. Ooh, hooray! We got everything this time. So yeah, we got everything as you can see. 1, 2, 3. So next, continue, and we are done. Module complete. Yes. Unlock achievements. Let's see. What's happening? It's not unlocking. Oh. Okay. Probably okay, yeah, unlocks. So great. Content is great. I like hands-on learning. Yep. And as usual, please everything in caps this time. Subscribe. Okay, so submit and call method from .NET class right using C#. Yep. So yeah. Thank you for your feedback. Yeah. So close this, and we are done with this. Let's go back. Okay, I don't need this. Let's go back here. Let's say we've completed this. So which of the following choices provide the best description for an IDE? Of course, this is the best. Check your answer. Yep, 13%. Submit and go to the next challenge. Yep. So call methods from .NET class library. So let's do this. So let's go back here. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's start. So C# programming language is supplemented by a large library of functionality that enables you to create applications, access data on files on the internet, perform advanced mathematical operations, and much more. Understanding how to navigate this library of functionalities is a critical skill that will help you build feature-rich applications more quickly. Okay, so suppose you need to generate daily reports that's based on thousands of data files. To save time, your code uses a random sample of the data files to calculate an approximate result without analyzing all data files. How can you generate a random number? Is this supported by C#? If so, how can you write code to set the value range for a random number? and then generate and retrieve the result. So in this module, you will learn about class libraries and write code that calls methods. In the .NET class library, you learn the characteristics of methods and why methods of the .NET class library are designed and implemented differently across the .NET class library. Most importantly, you write code that uses the .NET library method to achieve a specific programming task. Finally, you will use built-in tools and online documentation to help you gather information about the methods you want to work with. So by the end of this module, you will know how to find classes and methods in the .NET class library and how to use them to perform common programming tasks. So we have the learning objective and this. So continue. Get started with .NET library. Hello, yes. Okay, so we need to read this, guys. So this says there's more to building a C# application than stringing together lines of code. You need the .NET runtime, which hosts and manages your code as it executes on the end user's computer. You'll also rely on the .NET class library, a pre-written collection of coding resources that you can use in your application. This unit explains what the .NET class library is and how it complements the C# programming language. What is the .NET class library? When you need to find a book, a public library is a good place to look. After all, libraries contain thousands and thousands of books, and they are organized into sections that help you find what you're looking for. When you need to implement a programming task, the .NET class library is a good place to look because it is an organized collection of programming resources. The .NET class library is a collection of thousands of classes containing tens of thousands of methods. For example, the .NET class library, the console class for developers working on console application. The console class includes method for input and input and output operations such as write line, read line, and many others. For example, you can already be familiar with the following. You can think of a class as a container for methods. Okay. So, kind of like the section of the public library, developers typically keep related methods together in a single class. As you saw in the previous example, any method that can send or receive information from a console window or are collected into the system.console class in the .NET class library. In many cases, these classes and methods enable you to build a specific type of application. For example, one of the largest subset of classes and methods enable you to create dynamic web applications. There is also several families of classes that enable you to build native desktop applications. Another subset of classes and methods enable you to access a database. There are lots of classes in the .NET class library that support specific types of applications. There are other classes with methods that provide support in a more general way. In other words, their utility spans a wide range of platforms, applications, frameworks, and technology areas. For example, if you want to read or write file information or perform trigonometry or calculus operation, there are general purpose classes / method that you can use in your code. It doesn't matter whether you are building applications for the web, desktop, mobile device, or the cloud. General purpose classes and methods are there to help. As you can imagine, having a massive library of functionality available to your applications is a huge time saver for you as a software developer. The classes and methods in the .NET class library are created by Microsoft and are available for use in your applications. Even data types are part of the .NET class libraries. C# data types such as string and int are actually made available through classes in the .NET class library. The C# language marks the connection between the data types and the .NET classes in order to simplify your work. However, behind the scene, the data types are implemented just like every other class in the .NET class library. This connection provides you everyday variables with built-in methods that can be very helpful. How to find what you need in .NET class library. With so many classes and methods, how can you find what you need for your application? First of all, remember that finding every class and method in the .NET class library is like finding every book in a large public library. You don't need every book in the library, and you won't be using every class and method in the .NET class library. Depending on the type of project that you work on, you will become more familiar with some parts of the .NET class library and less familiar with others. Again, it's like spending time in a section of public library. Over time, you become familiar with what's available. No one knows all of the .NET class library, not even people that work at Microsoft. Second, necessity will drive you to what you need. Most people go to the library when they need to find a book, not to see how many different books they can find. You don't need to research classes and method without a reason. When you have trouble figuring out programming tasks, you can use your favorite search engine to find blog posts, articles, or forums where other developers have worked through similar issues. Third-party sources can give you clues about which .NET classes and methods you might want to use, and you may even find sample code that you can try. Third, Microsoft provides an online language reference and programming guide for C# that you can search through. You will likely spend time reading Microsoft's documentation when you need to understand exactly what methods do, how they work, and their limitations. This documentation will become your source of truth for the .NET class library. Microsoft documentation team works closely with the .NET class library software developers to ensure its accuracy. Finally, as you begin to experiment with small projects, you deepen your understanding of how the classes and methods work. All software developers follow a similar process when stepping into a familiar territory. The process of discovery is enjoyable, albeit challenging. Recap: the .NET class library supplies you with wealth of functionality that you can use by merely referencing the class and methods that you need. Even the data types are part of the .NET class library. C# merely provides an alias for those data types. Check your knowledge. Okay, so as while reading this, something came to mind, and I think the takeaway from this page that I just read is that you will need the .NET class library. You will need the classes that are available there to do different projects. But aside needing the class and searching for what you need via blogs and online sources and the documentation, there is artificial intelligence like ChatGPT and BARD that you can ask direct questions and it will tell you which class to use for certain things. So I think I would rather use that first so that I'll get, now it will save time. So for example, I want to use a particular class. I don't know where the class is or what the class name should be, but I want to find out which class can I use to achieve this. I can just ask ChatGPT to the rescue, yeah, and it will give me the direct info. So if ChatGPT is unable to do that, then I can go the route of searching the documentation, blogs, and whatnot. Okay. My cup of coffee is almost 50% gone. Almost. Let's see. It's here. So this is, should we say 40? 40%. Yeah. All right. So let's answer this question. How do you find information on .NET classes and methods you are using? Yeah. Developer website, .NET class library. No, I think it's using this. So check your answer. Correct. Yeah. Continue. Okay, so 3 of 8, right? I believe we can do 8 of 8 today. Actually, we're not leaving here till we're done. Okay. Okay, so exercise. Call the methods of a .NET class. Okay, so how to call, again, I'm gonna skip this. We have been calling the methods application using right line, method of console class, display also. Again, we've been calling the method, right? How to call the methods in the .NET class. So start by typing in the class name, console, then a dot operator, then the method, and then you close with open and close brackets or braces, anyone you want to call it. Pass additional values as input parameters, accept a return value. Okay, so optionally, that's what you can do in between the braces. So open Visual Studio Code and terminal, new terminal, and this. So this, we need to do this, press enter. Yeah, we don't need to do this, we already created this. So call different kinds of methods in the .NET class library. This is what we want to do in program.cs. So I'm going to copy this. This is, so let's go back to just do it. Paste this. So let's see if we can decipher what is happening here. And I think we can. So this is random dice. This is random, okay? And we are creating a variable, okay, dice, and we are initializing this variable to a new random number, okay? And then we are creating on line 2, we are creating another variable, integer variable, as you can see, int. Oh, I don't need you here now. Okay, we are creating a new integer variable called row, and we initialize it to dice.next. Next is a method, and the good thing about this is if you put your mouse over any method, then you would see something, you would like get this explanation of what it does. So int random.next, and this is what goes into next. Int the minimum value and int the maximum value. Okay, and you can also do this +2 overloads. Okay, so we're not using this part, we're just using this part. Now returns a random integer that is within a specified range. Okay, that means we are saying give me a random integer within a specified range of 1 and 7 maximum value. Okay, so as you can see, that's what it does. So then console.writeLine, we do row. Okay, so whenever we do row, this is what int.next will return between this and this. So this, we've done a simple dice game with this. That's what it means. So again, remember, you need to save this and remember how we normally run the program. First thing we need to do is type .NET build. So we build the program first. We must see success. If we don't see success, then something is wrong. So this is success, and next we run. You see, now it gives us 5. You can see the output is 5 here. Let's roll the dice again. We run. The output is 2. Let's clear CLS and let's roll the dice. See, so each time we roll the dice, we get a new output. Now 5, let's roll the dice again. So we run to roll the dice. 4, roll the dice again. 6, okay. So, yeah. So this is what it is. Let's go back here. And of course, the code simulates a dice. The code simulates a dice roll using random.next method to generate a number, and the console.writer method to display the value. Okay, so as we saw all that in the code. Okay, so on the third line you include a reference, console, class, okay, blah blah. We've seen all this. So stateful versus stateless methods. So what exactly is this talking about? So in software development projects, the term state is used to describe the condition of the execution environment at a specific moment in time. Is the state. What's the condition of the execution environment? That state. As your code executes line by line, values are stored in variables. At any moment during the execution, the current state of the application is the collection of all values stored in memory. Some methods don't rely on the current state of the application to work properly. In other words, stateless methods are implemented so that they can work without referencing or changing any values already stored in memory. Stateless methods are also known as static methods. For example, console.writeLine method doesn't rely on any value stored in memory. It performs its function and finishes without impacting the state of the application in any way. Other methods, however, must have access to the state of the application to work properly. In other words, stateful methods are built in such a way that they rely on values stored in memory by previous lines of code that have already been executed, or they modify the state of the application by updating values or storing new values in memory. They are also known as instance methods. So stateful methods are also known as instance methods. So stateful instance methods keep track of their state in fields, which are variables defined on the class. Each new instance of the class gets its own copy of those fields in which to store states. A single class can support both stateful and stateless methods. However, when you need to call stateful methods, you must first create an instance of the class so that the method can access states. Creating an instance of a class. Okay. An instance of a class is called an object. To create a new instance of a class, you use the new operator. Consider the following line of code that creates a new instance of the random class. To create a new object called dice. So random dice equals to new, then random. Okay. It first requests an address in the computer's memory large enough to store a new object based on random class. It creates the new object and stores it at the memory address. It returns the memory address so that it can be saved in the dice variable. From that point on, when the dice variable is referenced, the .NET runtime performs a lookup behind the scene to give the illusion that you are working directly with the object itself. Why is the next method stateful? You might be wondering why the next method was implemented as a stateful method, couldn't the .NET Class Library designer figure out a way to generate a random number without requiring state? And what exactly is being stored or referenced by the next method? These are fair questions. At a high level, computers are good at following specific instructions to create a reliable and repeatable outcome. To create the illusion of randomness, the developers of the next method decided to capture the date and time down to the fraction of a millisecond and use that to seed an algorithm that produces a different number each time. While not entirely random, it suffices for most applications. The state that is captured and maintained through the lifetime of the dice object is the seed value. Each subsequent call to the next method is rerunning the algorithm, but ensures that the seed changes so that the same value isn't necessarily returned. To use the random.next method, however, you don't have to understand how it works. The important thing to know is that some methods require you to create an instance of a class before you call them, while others do not. How can you determine whether you need to create an instance of a class before calling it? One approach for determining whether a method is stateful or stateless is to convert documentation. This documentation includes examples that show whether the method must be called from the object instance or directly from the class. Note, you may need to scroll down the documentation page to find the code examples. Okay, so try accessing random.next method directly and see what happens. Int result equals to random.next. Next. So let's copy this. Okay. However, your mouse pointer already figured the squiggly line. A pop-up window should appear following this. Okay. So you're going to get error. So you first have to instantiate this. Create a new instance by saying new random, then you can now say dice.next. Okay. So because of state. In this case, the next method is called without input parameters. So recap. To call methods of a class in the .NET library, use the format class method where .symbol is the name of the operator. When calling a stateless method, you don't need to create a new instance of its class first. When calling a stateful method, you need to create an instance of the class. Okay. So method object, use the new operator to create a new instance of a class. An instance of a class is called an object. So we're done. So let's check our knowledge. Which of the following represents the correct way to create a class instance? To create a class instance, that's random dice new. No. Random dice new random. This is it. So a developer creates an instance of the random class named coins. Which of the following code lines can they use to implement the next method? So it's going to be int money random.next. It's supposed to be coins.next. Okay, so coins.next. Check answer. We got everything we got. You earn experience points for completing the knowledge check. Continue. So I believe this is 4 of 8. So let's go back to say we are done. Yes, we are done. So here the question is, what is an object? An object, a memory address? Nope. A stateless class? Nope. An instance of a class is called an object. Check your answer. Boom, we're done. Submit and go to the next. So add decision logic to your code using if else and else if statements in C#. So let's see. Let's come back here. Return values and input parameter. No, this is not the next. I don't think this is the next on this thing. I don't think this is the next. I don't think so. Let me close this. Let's go back here. This is the next thing. So let's see. Add decision logic to your code using if, else, and else if statements in C#. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So let's start. Okay, so this is learning objective. We are going to use Boolean now. You need to understand random. Okay, so click next, continue. So I'm not going to waste a lot of time reading this. The most widely used branching system is the if, and this exercise makes extensive use of system.random class. You can refer to the Microsoft Learn multi-title called method for .NET to if you need a refresher. So random.next and random.next work. Okay, we have done that. Again, we set up everything. Yep, and this is the code. This is the new code. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this and I will explain it in Visual Studio Code. So I'm explaining it to you watching this and to myself as well. So the first line, random dice. So this is we are creating an instance of the class, so a new random object called dice, and then int row, and then dice.next. Dice.next is going to create row 1, row 2, row 3, everything here in total. Int total, so row 1 plus row 2 plus row 3 is the total number you get. And let's see, so we can do this, and we can do the total. So if we want to run this, we need to save it first, and we come back here. Let's do CLS to clear the console, and let me take this down a little. So what we need to do is the arrow key on your keyboard will give you the previous command. Okay, up arrow key will give you the previous command, down will also give you the next command, or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to build first, as usual. So once I'm done building, I will now run. So I see that is row 2, 6, 5, and that's 13. Okay, so it works, and I believe we all understand this code. The first line, random is the class, dice, new random, and then you use the dice to create the numbers by using this next method in the class. Then you int total, you add all the numbers together and you get this. Of course, remember this from our interpolation and whatnot. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, our concatenation and interpolation class of string, this is coming from this. So yeah, let's continue. So yeah, we've done this. Okay, so add an if statement to display different messages based on the value of the total variable. So this is the structure of if statement. Okay, so you write if total is greater than this, console.writeLine, you win. If total is less than 15, console.writeLine, sorry, you lose. So I'm just going to, you can choose to write this. So let me write this. Total greater than 14, you win. Total less than 15, sorry, you lose. So let's write it out so you can see. So I'm going to write that here. Let me pull this down a little. If so, you have if statement. So I can just, so when I write if, right? So you see this IntelliSense already gives me the option. So here if statement, I just need to use my arrow key and do tab like this. So you see, so here I'm just going to say total is greater than 14. That's the first thing. Then inside here is where you can now do your console. So you can now do your console.writeLine. Alright, and here is where you can do you win. Okay, and of course you want to make sure you close that one. Again, you write your if and you select that tab, and then you say total is less than 15. Then here you want to console.writeLine, and you want to type inside your double quotes, sorry, lose. Okay, so let's see and make sure we type in the right thing. Sorry, you lose. Sorry, comma, you lose. I'm just going to copy this. Sorry, I made the spelling of lose. It's not double quote. That's lose. Yeah, so again, you want to close this. You want to put a comma just the same way it was done there. So once you are done, again, you come back here. Let me clear CLS. Then .NET build. .NET build. As you can see, success. I'm going to clear. I save. I build again. What am I doing? Escape. So I'll come here. I need to save. Control S. Okay, so I've saved. Then I'll build. Then I will .NET run. So as you can see, it gives me the dice roll. Because it's greater than 14, it says you win. Let's see if it's going to lose. I still win. I'm trying to see if we will lose. So you see, this one is less than 14 and it outputs sorry you lose. So that's if else, if statements, and because of my knowledge in programming, I already know there's if else, there is, and whatnot. So we'll get there. Okay, so that's the if keyword, a Boolean expression in this, and a code block. So yeah, this is another one. There is a string. Okay, so we're saying message dot contains dog. Okay, so this dot contains is a method, but you don't need to initialize, you don't need to instantiate the dot contains. Okay, it's a string method. Okay, so you don't need to instantiate it. So let's copy this and let's go to our code and let's just paste it right here. So what's happening? I'm starting to sweat so much. So what's happening on the first line? We're saying string message, the quick brown fox jumps over this dog is a string. In the second line, we are creating a Boolean variable called result, and we are saying this message, check if it contains dog. So contains is actually a method, okay, a string method. And what you want, it's accept, or the input is a string value, as you can see from the description here. And then console.writeLine would give us the result, okay. And if method message.contains, and we say fox, if you check message and it contains fox, right, then you should tell me what does the fox says. Okay, so let's run this. Excited. So first you need to save Ctrl X. Then let me just clear this. Then you can now do not run, build it first. Of course, clear, then run, .NET run. So the first one is true. Then what does the fox says? Of course, because fox is actually inside this thing. So if let's take away fox and see what happens. So I'm going to save, Ctrl S, and I will of course clear this. Need to build. Okay, good. So then let's run this and see. So you see, it says true, but now it does not output this what does the fox says. You see, so it's only when the Boolean value is true, that's when the if else statement works. Okay, so let's continue. See, so exactly, we've seen other simple Boolean expression, equals operator to test equality, greater than, less than, equals to, or greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and so on. There are other ones. What is a code block? You see, everything inside this curly braces is what we call code block. So add another if statement. So I have deleted the dice game. So is the dice game still here? Okay, so this is the dice game. So I'm going to call the dice game here and come back here and paste the dice game back, and let's come back here. So let's copy this, come back here, paste this, Ctrl S to save, and let's build it. Let's build it. After we build it, then we can now run. Oh, you wrote doubles plus 2 bonus total. Okay, so again, you can see. Okay, so yeah, let's see what is next. So if total is 15, do this. Your code should match something like this. So I'm going to just copy this. Again, we're still on if. We're still on if. We'll copy this, paste, Ctrl S, CLS, .NET build. and .NET Run. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so that's it. Problems in your logic and opportunities to improve. Although this is a good start, they do this or and operator and so on. So you will improve the code in the next unit is what we are looking at. So check your knowledge. What is a code block? A .NET class library? No. Lines of code that should be treated as a single unit. A block of code that is blocked from being accessed? No. Lines of code that should be treated as a single unit. Sweating so much. Okay, so what is a Boolean statement or expression? A Boolean code that returns either true or false. That's a Boolean. Okay, submit. Yep, we got it right. So let's continue. Let's answer the questions on here. So we are done with this. Which of the choices below is not a valid operator in C#? In C#. I think it's this. And I'm just using knowledge from other programming language, but this is a valid operator in JavaScript and some other programming language. This is or, this is and, this is or. I don't know what this is, so I'm guessing it's that. So yeah, create and run. Yeah, we're correct. So submit and go to the next. 38%. Store and iterate through sequences of data using arrays and the for each statement in C#. Okay. All right, so let's go to the next. I'm just going to open this in a new tab. Let's close this. Open this in a new tab. Aha. Yes. So yeah, we're going to start this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 5. Okay, so next I'm going to start. So C# allows you to store sequence of values. Again, I won't really go through reading everything here. You can always read this. Create and initialize a new array. Assign and retrieve the values of array elements. Again, this is just some prerequisites here. 19 minutes this will take, but can we do this faster? So arrays can be used to store multiple values of the same type in a single variable. The value store. I'm out of coffee, guys. I need coffee. 3 cups down. Yeah. List of student names could be stored in a string array named students. Okay, that's array. Again, what is an array? An array is a sequence of individual data elements accessible through a single variable name. Use a zero-based numeric index to access each element of an array. You can see arrays allow you to collect together similar data that shares a common purpose or characteristics in a single data structure for easier processing. Okay, so here's what you want to do. Prepare your coding environment. open Visual Studio, do all this, we've done all this, and declare a new array. So we are doing this string fraudulent orders ID, new string. Remember, when you're using the new, okay, using the new, okay, so we're doing string as an array, and we're saying, well, this is actually what tells us it's an array, but this array is going to contain only strings, okay, and then the name of the array is fraudulent orders ID, and we want to create an instance of this array with the word new, and how many? 3. Okay, so this number here means it can't exceed more than this. Okay, so we'll copy this and take a minute to examine your code, which is what we have done, and then let's just copy this quickly. So this is what we need. Attempt to use an index that is out of bounds of the array. So you can only, that when you put the number here 3, it means you want to create 3 different values. Okay, so let's do that. So come back here. I'm thinking okay, let's go. Sorry, control. Sorry. So let's come back here. We can actually come here and comment all this. So selection, let's comment. Yes, how you do comment? Okay, toggle block comment. Okay, so yeah, we've commented all that part out. So yeah, we're going to write the new stuff here. So this is what we run, and in case anyone needs this notebook, that is why I'm not deleting but commenting out the previous stuff. So again, we can save this, Ctrl S, and then we can if we do console.log, we will not get this, we will not get anything because we are not calling it. Okay, we are not calling it. So let's come back here and so yeah, we're doing this, build successfully. Yeah, so we need to console.write for us to get something outputted. So let's copy this. Copy this, come back here, and let's paste it here. So save, and then let's build it now. So build. So build. Yeah, so we built that. I'm just going to clear this. So let's run it now. Let's run. Now, so you see, we get the first, second, third. Notice that while we're calling it, we started from 0, 1, 2, right? So it's always from 0. But when we're initializing, we say we need 3. Okay, so let's try and do some things. If we change this to 4, save this, and we do not put 4, let's see, is it going to run? So you can try to guess if it will run or not. So we build first. Let's clear the screen console, and then let's run. Okay, so run. So you see, it gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it gives us 1, 2, 3, and it works. But if we have initialized just 2, we want just 2 values here. So I'm going to save. But now we are doing 3. So we've actually tried to save 3 different elements. Okay, so and we are trying to get 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so let's run this so that we are sure that we understand what's going on. So build, and that's the build. And as usual, I like to clear so you see everything going on. And then let's run. Let's run. Okay, so what's happened? Yeah, so you see we have the error coming up. So you can't say 2 and then you give it 3. Okay, if you say 3, then what you have cannot exceed 3. Okay, my coffee is gone. Yeah, so there's another way to do this. There's saying string and this. Okay, so you can actually initialize everything in a single statement. Yeah, and that is this. So I'm going to copy this and it will give you the same thing. Okay, it's going to give you the same thing. So if I go back to my code, and all I need to do is just replace it with this. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and instead of the former way, you see, just initializing it like this would actually, it's a better way of doing it. Okay, reassign first. So yeah, so reassignment, right? So let me clear this. Let me build it first. So after building it, then you need to run it. You see, so here the first was this, then we reassigned the first, and we now outputted this to the console, which is what you see here. Okay, so I believe we are on track. Okay, so let's continue. So this is the recap. Let's answer the question. Let's see if we understand what went down there. Check your knowledge. Ha ha ha. What is an array? A single variable? No. A sequence of individual data elements accessible through a single variable name. A class library. A .NET class library is this, right? Is this. Which of these is a correct example of creating an array and initializing it? This, my array, we want to create and initialize. Okay, so this int my array, the new int 3, correct so far. My array 0 equals 1, my array 1 equals 2, my array 2 equals 3. Okay, this is correct. String, this, my array equals string 3, my array 0 equals test1, that's not a string. My array 1 equals test2, that's not a string. My array equals, that's not a string. String, my array equals new string 3, my array equals test1, my array equals test2, my array equals test3. Okay, this is correct. No, this is not correct. This is not correct. This is correct. So because it's saying so my array my array. It's not indexing like the positions, okay, but this index the positions correctly, so this is correct. So continue, and you see, yes, we are correct. So I'm going to click on continue, and let's go back here to say we are done. So I'm going to say yes, we are done. And which of the following for each statement is, are we done? No, we are not done. Sorry, this is unit 3 of 7. We're not done. We're not done. Sorry, we're not done. This is just unit 3 of 7. So looping through an array using for each. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to read through all this, but this is the code we are trying to loop through. So let's see what the code does. And I mean, if you are watching this, you can always read through and see what it does. But I'll copy this. I assume that this will loop through and print each name in this array. Okay, so let's see if my assumptions work. First, I would come back here and I will comment this bit of code out. Go to edit and go to toggle block comment. So I've commented that using block comment, and I would go down and paste this. So what is happening? We created an array called names, and we gave it some names here, and now we're saying for each string name in names, okay, and console.writeLine name. So it's going to print out the names. All right, so let's see if this works. So Control S, and let's build this one. Not run. Let's build first. Okay, my coffee is out. I'm out of coffee, guys. I'm completely out of coffee. So, So, yeah, we're done with that. Let's run. So yeah, as we said, the for each. So you do for each. If you put your mouse over this for each, you see, so it's okay. So yeah, let's continue. This is the output, which is correct. Inventory this, in some this. So this is the next one. Copy. No, this is the final code. So copy. Let's comment this out. Edit and toggle block comments. Yeah, so next code, paste, and let's explain the code. So on line 50 is where the new code starts. We're simply creating an array, integer array, inventory. We're storing these numbers inside it. Okay. And then we are saying we're creating another variable called sum and initializing that to 0, create bin initialized to 0, and using for each int items in inventory. For each items in inventory, sum equals to the sum plus the item. That's 0 plus this will give you the new item. Then bin plus plus. Bin plus plus means you increment bin at every instance. Okay, so that means if you are incrementing bin at every instance, it will first have bin, 0 plus plus, that means take the bin first and then use it and add to it. So use after use add. So it will start from 0, 1, 2, and so on and so forth. So Control S, CLS, and let's do this right now. Build. So CLS and run. So you see, so it starts being 1 equals 200. So we have 117 total inventory again. Bin 1 equals this, bin 2 equals this, bin 3 equals this, bin 4 equals this, bin 5 equals this. So again, that's what happens there. I'm just going to clear this. Let's go back here. Continue. We are now in 4 of 7. Exercise: complete a challenge activity for nested iteration and selection statements. Right? This is 9 minutes. Okay, so so we need to use the following steps to complete the challenge. Ensure that you have empty program.cs file open. On the environment, you select open folder, blah blah blah. Declare an array and initialize it to contain the following elements. Okay. Okay, so let's do it. So let's do control shift this. Okay, so we are asked to declare an array and initialize it. So I'm going to say string like so and call it an array like so, and then okay, so we need to give it a name. What are we calling it? Codes. Okay, and equals, then we need to now do this and then Control V. So this, so I'm going to just do this. Let me show you this. Come back here. This. Come back here. This. Come back here. This. Come back here. This. This. And lastly, so here I'm going to backspace this. Okay, remember we also need to do this too. Okay. Here, delete, comma, delete, comma, delete, comma, delete, comma, delete, comma, backspace, comma. Yeah, so we have succeeded in creating the array. As you can see, let's space our array properly so it can easily be read. Yeah, right code anyway. Okay, so this is the array. We've created it. And what is the next instruction? The next instruction says the next instruction says value represents what length orders ID. Yep. Use create a for each statement to iterate through each element. Okay. So create a for each statement to iterate through each element. So let's create a for each to iterate through each element. And the way you create a for each is you type for each, and that's what you can see. So not in collection, but we're saying in codes. Okay, so for each, not var, for each string item in codes, then what do we want to do? We want to console dot write line, and want to console that item. Okay, and of course, you have to close this like so. So save, let's run, and let's be sure that we know what we're doing. Build, and let's run. So it's going to give me all this, right? So you can see, correct. So we have done the task successfully, and report the order IDs that start with the letter B. Okay, so again, this is the if name equals Bob. Okay, so again, here is a simple example of how to use the start with method. So you see, so report the order ID that starts with B. So let me just copy this sample code, and I will adapt so that I would use in my code, so I don't write so much. Okay, so paste. I don't need this. Yep. Okay, yeah. So item is what I'll use, so I'll call item here, and item dot start with B, then console dot log. I'm going to say here, I'm just a console dot log item. Okay, console dot log item. Okay, so starts with is a method, is a string method, right? So start with is a string method. So let's save this, and then let's save this, and then let's come here, clear this, let's do build, and then let's run. So it should output the ones that start with B. Okay, so B, all right, which is 1, 2, 3. And if you go here, you see that we have the same thing here. Okay. So let's continue. We are not done. Seven. Continue. Okay, so review the solution for the nested iteration and selection statement challenge activity. So let's see, the following code is one possible solution for the challenge. Oh, okay, this is the solution. If item So here we use item, here they use other IDs, right? Is it item we used? Is it item? No, we didn't use that. We use codes. Okay, so in our case we use codes. We use other ID again. I think I'm not good at naming, but I'll get better at naming. So other IDs. So the code is merely one possible solution. You can do this. Knowledge check. Continue. 6 of 7. Let's answer the question. Which of the following can be used to access the third element in an array? Of course, this is it. 2. Because you can't use 3 to access it, right? So it's 2. Which of the following choices describe the correct way to create a new integer array with 3 elements? Stop it, I don't want to update you. So which of the following choices describe the correct way to create a new integer array with 3 elements? You want to create a new integer array with 3 elements, you have to say int my array, then new int 3. Yep. Yeah, it's this. So last one, which of the following for each statement is syntactically correct? For each, int value in values. This is syntactically correct. Yes, we got everything. We can continue. Summary. Ahaha. Unlock. Let's give them grades. Let's take this. If you are still with me up to this point, please, you know what it is. Subscribe. Okay, so like I said, after this one, I'm going to do data analysis with Python certification. I'm going to do machine learning with Python certification, and I'm going to do college algebra and certification. So if you want me to do all that, please subscribe and drop a comment, so I'll do these things live as well. So let's continue. So let's go back here and answer this question. We're done. So which of the following for each statement is syntactically correct? It is for each int value not of in. Okay, so for each int value in values, check your answer. Boom, we are correct. 50%. Ha ha ha. Submit and go to the next challenge. Yes. Okay, so the next challenge is create readable code with conventions, white space, and comments in C#. Okay, so let's see. This shouldn't take us a lot of time. From what I see, this shouldn't take us a lot of time. 48 minutes. Wow. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 48 minutes. Okay, so let's start this. 1 of 8. So the code that you write should communicate your intent to both the compiler and other developers who may need to read your code. And since you are the developer who will be reading your code, most often, sometimes months after you originally wrote it, it's in your best interest to write code that's clear and easy to understand. Remember, you may write code once, but you'll always need to read it many times. Suppose you've been asked to write some code for another group of developers. You meet them to discuss the specification, and the assignment is clear. After the meeting, they tell you that you will be working independently during development. Once you are done, you will hand off your code to other group. The coding task isn't beyond your skill level, but you have never had to write code that someone else will be maintaining. The team told you that as long as you follow the standard coding convention for C#, there's no problem. You make plans to review the C# coding conventions and relate to the code. Okay, in this module, you learn to choose names for your variables that describe their purpose and intent. This is important. You will learn how to add code comments that document the higher level requirements and your approach in code. So, as well as to temporarily instruct the compiler to ignore lines of code. Finally, you learn how white space can be used to help convey the relationship of individual lines of code. By the end of this module, you write more purposeful, focusing on the readability and quality of the code to communicate both the compiler and other developers. Okay, this module includes hands-on activity that require Visual Studio Code. You will need access to a development environment that has Visual Studio Code installed and configured for C# application development. Learning objectives, we already know. Continue. Okay, so let's see. Variable name rules. Variable names can contain alphanumeric and underscore. Special characters like pound and dash and $sign are not allowed. Okay, in variable names must begin with an alphabetical letter or an underscore, not a number. Developers use underscore for special purpose. I mean, we've seen this before when we're talking about variable. So variable must not be a keyword. Okay, and variable names are case sensitive. Okay, so these and these are two different things. So variable name conventions, variable should use camel case. Okay, so again, this is camel case. Variable names should be descriptive. Okay, and variable names should be one entire word appended together. Don't use contractions between the name of the variable that is unclear. Order amount, not decimal, odd amount. Okay, I understand that. Contractions are not allowed. Okay, variable names shouldn't include the data type of the variable. You might see some Androids to use style like string str my value. It was a popular style years ago. However, most developers don't follow this advice anymore, and there are good reasons not to use it. The example str string first name follows all these rules and convention, assuming I want to use the variable to store data that represents someone's first name. So variable names example, this other naming conventions. Okay, the rules and conventions described are for local variables. A local variable is a variable that is scoped within the body of a method, or a variable in a console application that uses top-level statements like the code in this module. Okay, so that's local variable. So there are types of construct that you can use in your application, and then you have their own conventions. For example, classes are often used in C# programming. Classes support fields which are members of the class that act like variables in as much that they store values, or rather states. Classes also support accessibility modifiers, which allow some values to be private or public. A private member can only be referenced by other members in the same class. A public member can be referenced outside of the class. So you can create private fields or public fields, although you won't be creating classes in this module. It's important for you to know that the naming conventions you just learned about fit into a larger naming framework. Check your knowledge. Which of the following is an example of correct camel case formatting of a variable? This is correct. Check your knowledge. Yeah, it's correct. Camel case. Yep, continue. So 3 of 8 exercise. Create effective code comments. So this is a comment. Yeah, so I mean, you can read up all these, but I think I didn't like it to do reminder. Okay, I think I need to read this. When you want to leave a note about the intent of a passage of code, it can be helpful to include a code comment that describe the purpose or thought process when you are writing a particular challenging set of coding instruction. Your future self will thank you. When you want to temporarily remove code from your application to try different approach, but you are not yet convinced that your new code idea will work, you can comment out the code instead of deleting it, right? Okay, so the new code will work the way you want it to. You can safely delete the old commented code. So adding a message like to do to remind you to look at a given passage of code later while while you should use this judiciously, it's a useful approach. You may be working on another feature when you read a line of code that sparks a concern. Rather than ignoring the new concern, you can mark it for investigation later. So note, code comments should be used to say what the code cannot often should be used to say what the code cannot. Often, developers update their code but forget to update the code comments. It's best to use comments for higher level ideas and not to add comments about how an individual line of code works. Okay. Prepare your code environment. So this. Okay, string this. Okay. In the Visual Studio Editor, enter the following code, this. So to modify your code with comments, we shall do this. String this, int this, testing a change to the message. Int, you get consent. There's block comments. Okay. So replace your existing code with this. Yep. I'm going to copy this. Boom. And remove existing comments. This. To add comments that explain higher level purpose of your code. Okay, so we use this. Following code create 5 random orders to test for length. Okay, so yeah, so this is the best way. So let's go back here and let's comment this. So to do block comment, we can do shift control and / is going to do a block comment. My cup almost fell down, and let's paste this. Okay, so here you can see the comments. The following code creates 5 random orders ID. You can see, so it's giving us a high level comment on this. So we're using the random class to create 5 random orders. We created a string, so we created an array on line 2. Then we did a for loop. So for this for loop, I mean, we've done for each, but I don't think we've done for loop. So this is the syntax for loop. I know this because I know JavaScript and I know a little bit of C. Okay, so if you look at this, this is the syntax for a for loop, and inside the block of code we have this. So int prefix value equals random.next, string prefix equals convert to char, and it converts this. Char prefix value to string suffix dot config.net order ID. So let's see what this code does. So the following code creates 5 random order IDs to test the fraud detection process. Order IDs consist of a letter from A to E and a 3-digit number. Example A1 to 3. So that's it. So let's see. So I really understand this code. So let's see. So let's see this line. This line creates an array called order IDs, and we're setting that to a new string. We are instantiating the array, and we have 5 values in there. So for int I equals 0, as long as I is less than order IDs dot length, and you know order ID is 5, so as long as I is less than 5, in this case, increase I. That's what we're saying. So I starts from 0. As long as I is less than 5, increase I. Okay, so That means we are counting from 0 to 4. That's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So once it's 5, this loop will stop. That's what it means. Then we go into here. We said int, we are creating, so we are using the random.next, and we are saying from 65 to 70, give me a value from 65 to 70. Okay, and save it into prefix value. All right, now we're now creating string and calling that string prefix, and the value of prefix is convert dot to char prefix value. So whatever it gives me, it will convert it into a character. Okay, and dot to string. So dot to string converts the value of this instance to its equivalent string representation. You see that? So it's going to convert it to string. Then string suffix equals random.next from 1 to 1000. Then to string, and you put 000. So again, if you look at this, convert numeric value to this instance to its equivalent string representation using specified format. Can you see? So string int dot to string is what we want. Int dot to string is what we want. So you can give it what string and then the format. So here we've given it the format, and order IDs I. Remember, order ID is an array, so we take the first order ID I, we say equals prefix plus suffix. So again, we are converting this to, remember, we are converting to what? Character. So it will select a random number from 65, between 65 and 70, and to convert that into a character. Okay, and then it would use it as the prefix, and then here it will now select another random number, and we are saying convert also to string, and then use it as the suffix. And then for each order ID in order IDs, okay, remember, you are saving each order ID, you are counting from 0 to 5, so from 0 to 4, sorry. So in order ID 0, you save this, order ID 1, you save this, order ID 2, you save this. Then the next line says you are printing. So you are, no, sorry, I'm saying printing like I'm doing Python. What? You are doing your console.write line here in your order ID, and then it outputs the what do you call it now? So it outputs the code. Then let's permit me the order IDs, right? It outputs the order ID. So let's save, Control S. So I believe I've been able to explain. So to show that you understand what is going on, you need to be able to explain to yourself that you really understand what's going on. So again, we build, and then we run. So it helps to type this code out. If you type this code out, you are going to learn better, okay, as against copy and pasting. Always avoid copy paste. Always type the code out. All right. So let's run the code. You see, so it creates the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And yep. So that's that. Yeah. So recap. Yes, we understand all this. So next. So let's see. Exercise. Use white space to make your code easier to read. Okay. So what is white space? We know So you have this console dot nope. Okay, so that's white space. Let's look at this. This. Now they've used white space here to add vertical white space that improves readability. Update your code as follows. As you can see, your first line of white space is used to separate declaration of the dice variable from the code lines, and focusing on lines of code if keyword follows. So you see that how the white space is used, and that's the recap. So this is the recap. The main key takeaways from this exercise: use white space judiciously to improve the readability of your code. Use line feeds to create empty lines to separate phrases of code. A phrase includes lines of code that are similar or work together. Use line feeds to separate code block symbols, so that they are not on their own line of code. Okay? So that they are on their own line of code. Use the tab key to line up a code block with the keyword they are associated with. Indent code inside of a code block to show ownership. Okay, so we can see the code here and how white space have been used. The indentation is part of it, right? So let's continue. Complete a challenge activity to improve code readability. This is the code. So let's copy this code and let's improve the readability of the code. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to comment this, and this is the code, and let's improve the readability. So string this, okay. Again, let's use a white space here, character this, and let's reverse the characters. Let's use a white space. So we can say character wants to say array, character message equals to string dot to char array. Okay. Then reverse the character, then int x equals 0. Count the zeros. So for each, this can go here and we can tab if this equals this, and we can tab this. We can also put this on its own. So here can come down here, and here can come here. So count the zeros. Character in character of I in car message, which is the variable. We want to count the zeros, convert it back to a string. So string. So string new message equals to new string character message. Print it out. So console.writeLine new message. Console.writeLine this appears this times. Okay. Okay, so I believe we are trying to count how many zeros are here, I believe. Okay, so So if we save this and let's clear this, let's do build, let's clear this and let's run. Let's run this. So 0 appears 4 times, as you can see. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 0 appears 4 times. So that's what we have. And again, we did a couple of things. We reversed the strings, we reversed this. So it started with the dot operator, the dot, not operator, the dot, the period symbol, and it went back God, as you can see, God. So again, we reversed it, and yeah. So this is how we've been able to make our code better. Let's see, we have how many spaces? 1, 2, okay, so convert it back to a string. I don't think we need a space here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6 lines altogether, 6 new lines. So let's see how many the solution has, and let's see how the solution does it. So again, you can see we didn't indent this. If later it was this, we didn't indent this, so I mean that's fine. But again, yeah, so you can see all the comments have been brought up. We didn't do that, so we should have done that. Okay, really. So yeah, knowledge check. Let's go and check our knowledge. Which of the following demonstrates recommended guidelines for naming a variable? Not this, definitely not this, and it is this. Which of the following is a bad reason to use code comments? To describe the high-level intent of the code, to explain how a C# keyword works, to temporarily comment out a line of code while evaluating a new feature. So this is a bad reason. Which of the following statement about using white space in code is true? Reducing the amount of white space will improve code performance and execution speed. Nope. White space should be used every 2 or 3 lines to separate code. Nope. White space should be used judiciously to improve code readability. Yep. So check. All correct. So continue. 8 of 8. Summary. Unlock. So we're done with this. And of course, I'm going to, not a 1 star, I meant to say great, sorry. Content is great, I like hands-on learning, and you know the drill. Please subscribe. So I'm going to submit this again, boom. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back here and we select, we have completed this. So let's answer the question. Which of the following is a bad reason to use a code comment to describe high-level intent? It's a good reason. To temporarily comment out a line of code while evaluating this. To explain how a new C# code works. This is a bad reason to use a code comment. Check your answer. Boom. Yes, complete. 63% complete. Submit and go. So let's go to the next challenge. Let's go to the next challenge. So the next challenge is a guided project developed for each and if else structures to process array data in C#. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Let's open this. Let's open this. So what do we have here? Let's see. Okay, so we're just going to finish this. So guided projects develop for each and if else structures to process array data in C sharp. This should take us about 1 hour 33 minutes. Damn. Okay, so let's see. 1 hour 33 minutes. So I'm going to rush this, guys. I'm going to rush this. Start. So you can probably tell I'm a little bit tired. Okay, but I'm going to see how far I can go. Remember, the challenge and the goal is to actually complete the certification in one sitting. So let's see how far I can go. How far can I go? Yeah, so again, I'm going to skip this. We already know a little bit of for each. We already know if statement, but there are some new things that we will add to our knowledge with this particular module. So again, in this guided project, for each statement, if statement to implement certain things, go down. Okay, so here is it. So the following list shows the letter grade that corresponds to numeric scores. Output this. So this is the output. The update application needs to produce a formatted student grading report that appears like this. Sophie, grade 9.2A. So we've done this before and we had coded some things. We've done this before and we had coded some things. So setup. So let's follow the setup and let's download this. Use the following setup to prepare to download a zip file containing the startup project code. This is it. So let's download this zip file. And this is it. So guided project. I'm just going to extract to my desktop. Am I on desktop? No. I'm going to say extract to desktop. Yep. So extract and replace files. Okay. So this file is on desktop now. Unzip the downloaded files. And then select extract all. Check. Okay, let's select extract. Okay, so we're done extracting. We need to open this guided project in our Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to click next. 3 of 7. I don't think I'll spend up to 1 hour on this, please. 25 minutes code review. So review the code, and this is the code, and we're going to review it shortly. And scroll down a bit further. Review the code. Create the assignment score array for this, and yeah, by now you should be able to do all this. Okay, so let's see. Create a for each iteration, which is this. Delete the code lines that are used to perform the sum calculation. Okay, this. So this, not this. For each. Okay. Your code should now look something like this. So this is what the code should look like at the end of the day. So I'm going to copy this. Yep, check your work. Shouldn't get any errors when you run it. And next. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and now we're no longer on C# projects. We're going to open a new. So save this first, and then we're going to click File and we're going to say new open folder, and we're on desktop. So this is the folder we want to open, guided projects. Yep. So here we have guided project. We're going to open this, and we're going to open starter. So this is the starter projects, and yes, so this is the thing we want. And the first thing we want to do is click terminal, then new terminal, and remember we want to, so we are in this guided project, whatever, we want to make sure we go into guided project. So I'll just say into G, guided project, enter. So now we're in guided projects. So I'll clear that, and then we can now run .NET build, then .NET run. Okay. We have some error. The current working directory does not contain a project or solution. Okay. So yeah. So we're supposed to go into starter. Okay. So inside starter is where we have, so cd into starter and clear this, then we can now do .NET build. So as you can see, currently building. Yeah. Then .NET run, enter. Yeah, so you see this works now. So this is the starter, and it gives us this, but a lot of these things were hard coded. So we are trying to what this project is all about is we're trying to, you know, not hard code stuff. So that is the thing. So I'm going to click next. Construct a nested loop structure for student grades, and of course, as you can see, we use if, else if. So what I'm concerned about, we already know how to use for each. And let me see the if statements. So you can see the if statement. So there is a for each that loops, and there is if statements inside it. A string if Sophie this, yeah. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. So you see, if the structure is what you should pay attention to. So if you have this, then you have this. Else if you have this, it closes, right? Else if you have this, it closes. Else if you have this, it closes. Now there could be a final else, okay? There could be a final else. And note, we are not opening curly brackets because we have just a single code code right here. Okay, so we don't need curly brackets. Okay, so that's what is happening right here. And of course, check your work. So at the end of the day, this is what you want, your full application should now match the following code. Okay, so this, so check your work. If you run this, you should get this. Okay, so I'm going to enter here. So this, now my full application should now match this. So I'm going to save this, come back here, clear my screen. CLS. Yep, then I can now build. Let's hope there are no errors, and then run. So as you can see, you have question, just as yeah. So let's see. So we need to write the logic. We need to write the logic for the grades. And if you go through this, you're doing this. So you see, current assignments, current score, and this and this. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back here. Go back here. The terminal panel. In the terminal panel, to stop your running application, press the Enter key. Close the terminal panel. Congratulations, your application has come a long way from this. So implement code branches using selection statements. So let's go back here. Exercise, implement code branches using selection statements. So again, this is the output. If this, then you have this as A plus. Okay, so else if, again, this is the code branches we have to implement. Take a moment to review your application. So you have the final application should look like this. Yes, it should look like this. And we're using readline. Okay, so we're going to write this, press enter to continue, readline, and enter. And okay, so yeah. So again, we have a lot going on here, guys. Take a minute to review your application code. Ensure that your updated application matches this code. So this is the final code, as you can see. So check your work. This is what you should output at the end of the day. So scroll to top of the CS program and then update your arrays. Okay, scroll to the bottom of the for each and update this. Yeah, so then you have this at the end of the day. Press enter to continue. So congratulations, you completed the project. So let's see. I told you it's not going to take me up to an hour because I'll just copy paste. No, I'm not going to do all that. So so this is where here. So Control A and paste. So Control S. So this is the new code. Remember, there is a final here. Okay, so CLS to clear this. Build. Make sure no errors. Then run it. Yeah, so this is what we get. A minus A, and let's see what the final thing looks like. So I'm going to click on final, and you see, so here we have this has been abstracted, and we created the variables. We wrote the if else if statements, initialize some more variables, did the inner for each loop, sums assignment scores, extra credit assignments award 10% of extra scores. So we wrote all the logic for this, and then yeah, we've hard coded all this. Okay, so using if else if, and then we have else, which ends everything with f. Okay, so yeah, and then finally we are outputting this tabs. And okay, so let's do this. Enter to continue. Yes, so I'm going to CLS, and here I'm now going to do build. Yes, and after I'm done building the new application, I'm going to what? Run. And as you can see, that continue. So yeah, so that's that for all this. So let's do our knowledge check. Knowledge check your knowledge. So yeah, let's read this and see. A developer writes an application that uses a for each loop to iterate through an array containing 20 elements. After the application is complete, the developer learns that the array must be updated to include 40 elements. The application needs to examine all 40 array elements. Which of the following items describes the required code updates? Create a second for each loop that iterates through the additional item. No changes are required to the for each loop. Place the original for each loop inside the code block of the second for each loop that I treat twice. No changes are required. So yeah, okay, so no changes are required. A developer is working on a nested for each structure that iterates through all of an application's data arrays. The first array contains the names of locations where water samples were collected. The remaining array contains the test results from the samples collected from each name location. Okay, which of the following statements about how the array should be processed is correct? Sorry. Each of the arrays containing samples can be processed by the outer loop. The inner loop will be used to verify the location. The order in which the arrays are processed doesn't matter, since the application has to process all of the data. No, this is not it. The outer loop must process the array containing locations. The inner loop must process the array containing samples. So guys, what do you think is the correct answer here? Okay, so let's read this again. A developer is working on a nested for each structure that iterates through all of an application's data array. The first array contains names of locations where water samples were collected, the names of the locations where the water samples were collected. The remaining arrays contains the test results for the samples. No, I mean this, but the use of must, I don't know why must is being used here. Is it must? Must. But if you look at the way the question is structured, then I mean we want to do the locations, then the tests, and this is the order. But each of the arrays containing samples can be processed, can be processed by the outer loop. The inner loop will be used to verify the location. Is it a must? I don't think it's a must. Yes, this can be done. This question is actually tricky because this can be done. Hmm. Okay, the remaining arrays. Okay. So the first array contains the names of locations where water samples were collected. The remaining arrays contains the test result for the samples collected. So there are more than one arrays that have test result. That's what it means. From each named location. Which of the following statements? Okay. So each of the arrays containing samples can be processed by the outer loop. Each of the arrays containing samples can be processed. The outer loop must process the array containing locations. The inner loop must process the arrays containing samples. I think this should be the answer. Let's see. See, I'm correct. So, again, what you learn now, you need to read the question and understand what is happening before you answer the questions. Okay, so yeah, we're done. Unlock achievement 7 of 7. Okay, let's give this grades, and content is great. I like the format. I like hands-on learning. I like this. Again, please subscribe. Yeah, submit. All right, continue. But before we continue, let's go back here. The developer writes an application that uses a for each loop to return an array containing 20 elements. After the array is complete, the developer learns that this. So again, no changes are required for the for each loop. That's what we got. So check your answer. Check. What's happening? Oh, I didn't say I have completed, so I need to click I've completed and then check. Yes, 75%. Okay, so we're 75% complete, and let me submit and go to the next one. Yep, and challenge project develop for each, and so this one is a challenge project. We're supposed to develop for each project to process array data and see if else structures. Okay, so let's see. This is it. I'm going to open a new tab. Challenge develop for each and if else structures to process data and see. I mean, isn't this what we just did? This is supposed to take us 56 minutes, yeah? But this is what we just did now. This is what we just did. So let me click start. There is the introduction aspects. Prepare. Okay. Is there anything we need to download here? Okay, see the files. The lab files. The next. It says update your formatted outputs. It says continue. Let's see. Let's come here. This is it. Challenge project as usual. Project for each if array. So let's extract to desktop. Okay. The challenge project for each if is what we're looking at. There's the knowledge check. So let's check knowledge and see. We have two questions here. Okay, let's see. Again, I'm doing this fast because I have some knowledge of other programming language and I'm borrowing that knowledge to actually answer this question. So let's see. I'm going to go here. So for this, I think we need to close this. Close this. File, open folder, and this is the folder we want. Guided projects, yes. Guided projects. We'll go back here. Guided project, select folder. That's what it's open here. File, open folder. Challenge, okay, it's challenge project, select folder. Okay, so again we have challenge, final and starter. So I'm going to say final, and this is the final thing that we want. And of course if you look at this, let's just look at what we have here. Okay, so let's run this and see what we have. Remember, we need to go into this challenge project and go into final. So we need to cd into challenge projects and then cd into final. Okay, so I'll now do clear this. So we need to now do .NET build. Okay, successfully built. Then let's do .NET run. Okay, and yeah, everything works perfectly well. We have students, we have exam score, we have overall grade, and we have extra credits. Okay, so yeah, so let's see the questions. So check your knowledge. A developer is working on a nested for each structure that iterates through the application's array data. The first array contains the names of 10 geographic regions. The remaining arrays are based on the 10 regions. Each regional array contains the population of cities that have a population over 1 million. The population values in the regional array go from largest to smallest. The application sums the 25 most populated cities in each region. How should the developer ensure that only the 25 largest populations are added to the sum? Okay. So again, you need to read this and be sure what it's saying. Okay. So number 2, a developer is working with 2 other developers to update a collection of applications. The developers will use code comments during the update process. Which of the following describe an appropriate use of code comments? When the updates are made, the developers use line and block comments to identify each individual code update. When the updates are made, the developers leave all existing code comments intact. New comments are added to indicate when old comments no longer apply. Oh, nope. When updates are made, the developers summarize changes using block comments. So this is the answer. This one, okay, I need to read and understand this properly. So, yeah, the developer is working on a nested for each structure that iterates through the application's array data. Okay. The first array contains the names of 10 geographic regions. Okay. The remaining arrays are based on the 10 regions. Each regional array contains the population of cities that have a population over 1 million. The population values in the regional array go from largest to smallest. The application sums the 25 most populated cities in each region. How should the developer ensure that only the 25 largest population are added to the sum? Okay. So let's understand the problem. First, you have an array of 10 geographic regions. Then the other arrays have the number population cities that have population over 1 million. Okay, each regional array contains the population of cities that have the application sums 25 most populated cities in each region. Okay, developer should insert a marker value into the population array. The marker value should be added at index position 25. When the marker value is detected, the application should stop adding values to the sum. The developer should check the index number of the current array element inside the for each code. The application should stop adding values to the sum when the index number reaches 25. The developer should increment a counter inside the for each code block. The application should stop adding values to the sum when the counter reaches 25. The question is, each regional array, okay, so the population value go from largest to smallest. Okay, the population values in the regional arrays go from largest to smallest. Okay, from this, I think it's this because it's not this. But I think it's this. So let's cross check. Fingers crossed. Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, so the correct answer is incorrect. Okay, using a code, using a block comment to summarize the changes implemented during an update. is a good use of code comments. A single block comment at the top of the file that contains updates is often sufficient. Okay, so this is correct way, and this developer should increment a counter inside for each code block. The application should stop adding values to the sum when the counter reaches 25, and this is correct. Developer should use a counter that increments inside for each loop. Okay, so 5 or 6, continue. And okay, so I guess I am tired, guys, and I would end this, and probably we do a your challenge if you just do probably we'll do a part 2. So let's go back here, and let's say complete. Let's see, a developer is working with 2 other developers, and developers will use common code which follow and describe the appropriate use. When updates are made, the developer will be using code writing. New comments added to the old comments, and when the updates are made, then blocks identify each individual code update. No, the developer summarize the code block. So is this summarizing the code block? Yes, 88%. Okay, so trophy, create and run a simple C# console application. Yeah, so we have this. Let's see that we have continue to next module. So let's see that we have the trophy, verified trophy. Yeah, so has not earned this trophy. Why? Let's see this. How can we see the trophy? Any part cost? Clear this. Okay, so I'm guessing that, let me see, go back here, and okay, let's start. 106, next, next, continue. Okay, so this is it, and this when updates are made, developers manage code back. Okay, so check your answers, and yep, correct. Continue, move to the next module. Oh, okay, trophy has not been earned, so 3 of 8 units completed. So we need to complete this for us to earn the trophy. So continue. Exercise, return values and input parameters of methods. Okay, overloaded methods and so on and so forth. Using IntelliSense. To recap, let's see, can we answer this question? What is a return value? Let's see if we can answer this question, then we're good to go. So it's a value type returned by a method. It's an argument in a method. A return value. An argument in a method call is referred to as a return value inside the method. Nope. It's a string value. No, it's a value type returned by a method. This. So what are input parameters? Value types of variables inside a method. Value returned by a method. The values passed into a method in the calling statement. Yep. Yep. Input parameters. These are the values passed into a method in the calling statement. Nope. So this is the answer. What is an overloaded method? A method that returns a value type. A method with more than 5 parameters. Nope. It's a method that supports several implementations of the method, each with a unique method signature. An overloaded method. How does IntelliSense help developers? Okay, IntelliSense can help developers write code more quickly. IntelliSense help developers refactor their code. IntelliSense can change the theme of an IDE. No. IntelliSense help developers refactor their code. No, I think it's this. Write code more quickly. But overloaded method. Let's see. Overloaded method. I think I need to read that. I think I need to read about overloaded method. Okay, so many methods in .NET C library have overloaded method signature, among other things. This enables you to call the method with or without parentheses. An overloaded method is defined with multiple method signature. Overloaded methods provide different ways to call the method or provide different types of data. Okay, in some cases, overloaded versions of the method are used to accept and impute parameter using different data types. For example, the console.writeLine method has 19 different overloaded versions. Most of those overloads allow the method to accept different types and then write the specified information to the console. Consider the following: int number this, string text this, console.writeLine number, console.writeLine, and then console.writeLine text. Okay, in this example, you are invoking 3 separate overloaded versions of WriteLine method. The first WriteLine method uses a method signature that accepts int parameter. Okay, so from what we just read, this is the answer. Supports several implementation of the method, it with a unique method signature. Okay, so this is the answer. Let's check. Boom. And okay, which one did we miss? Which one did we miss? Okay, why? What are input parameters? Oh, Value types input a method. Value types inside a method. Okay. What did we say? Value passed into a method in the call. Oh, sorry, inside the method. Yeah, this is actually correct. Again, I must be very tired. That's why I didn't get this. No excuses. Okay, so next, we just want to complete this and we'll move this to part 2, guys. I am tired. Okay, so exercise: complete a challenge activity to discover and implement a method call. Let's see. Maths class method challenge. Do we need to implement anything here? Nope, I don't think so. View the solution to discover this. So again, we are doing maths. So these methods are things we can always check for ourselves. And let's check knowledge check. What is an object? Okay, an object is an instance of a class. Which of the following statements is true? The .NET class library always defines overloaded methods for every method. The .NET class library contains definitions for data types used in C. The .NET class libraries include so many classes that actually increases the developer's time. This is not correct. Which of the following symbols represent the method invocation operator required to execute a method? You want to execute a method, you need this. Which of the following statements is true? This is not true. Okay, so we have this and this. The .NET class library contains definitions for data types used in C. Yes, this is true. The .NET class library always defines overloaded method for every method. I think it's this. Let's check. Yes, correct. Everything is correct this time. So I'm going to click continue. Summary. Yes, this is a summary, unit 8 of 8. And let's get the trophy. Let's get the trophy. I guess this is still loading. So once we are done, we will create and run a simple C# application trophy. 8 of 8. Yes, so continue to the next module. Okay. F7. Let me see. Do we have this verify trophy? Okay. Let's not end trophy. Okay, why? We've done this for each. And what's the answer? The developer is working on this application. We use comments during the update process, which I will describe this. And we know it was this. When updates are made, the developers manage code using code blocks. Yep. 8%. Okay. Your achievement page. Okay. We'll not end the next trophy. Okay, so let's go back here. 5, we probably have not exercise. get. Create and run simple C# console applications. Okay. Okay, so we have to have finished all this before okay, so add decision logic to your code using this. This is 307. Continue, and you do store and iterate through sequence data using arrays. For each statement, you do create reasonable code with conventions, white space, and comments in C#. Guided projects. Okay. So we have this. Let's next review the solution. Okay, so this is what we have. Let's do knowledge check. And given that int x equals 5, which of the following Boolean expressions is valid and evaluates to true? So if x equals 5, right? X is less than 5 is false. X is greater than 5 is false. X equals 5. Which of the choices below is not a valid operator? Is this? This is not valid. The following answer choice describe if statement syntax. Which of the description is correct? The Boolean expression evaluated by an if statement is optional. An else statement can't be placed before the else statement is required when an if statement includes else if. No. This is not true. Say which your description is correct. This is not correct. This is not correct. This is true. Non-extension evaluated by and this statement is optional. It's not optional. It's a must. So this is what is correct, right? So check your answers. And yep, everything is correct. So continue. We've done 7 of 7. Yep. Okay, so once I get this trophy, guys, I'm stopping. Okay, once I get the second trophy, which I've gotten, okay, so I've gotten the second trophy. I write your first code using C# and create and run a simple C#. This is the second trophy. So let's verify the trophy. Yeah, so trophy verified. Ask me later. Yeah, so we're done with this. I'm going to collapse this. Now we have add logic to C# console applications and work with variable data in C# console application, create methods in C# console application, debug C# console applications, foundational C# with Microsoft. So this is the final bus stop where we get the C#. So guys, I've completed 2 modules with 7 courses and 8 modules and 7 modules here, different units. So I'm done for today, guys. I'm going to post this video. If I get a lot of comments, I will complete this. I will record and complete this. But for now, guys, I would find time to do this and also do this. So maybe we can do 2 modules per day, right? And we can see how that goes. So if we do 6 days, we should be done with C#. So tomorrow I'm going to continue 2 modules, but for now I'm waiting to see all your comments, and make sure you subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye.